Hello. Hi. Good luck, Lethlin? What do I need luck for? There's nothing that could possibly... Excuse you, Fong? Can we have a talk? You made me look like a fool. I swear this always happens. Well, I guess I can't stay mad at you. Hi everyone. Hi Fong. Hi Greffery. Hey Lavender. Hi. Hey Blue Undertones. Hi Gojanu. Hi Zuko. Hi Gamma-Chris. Hey Near Zero. Life is like a mystery here in Oniburg. Alright, who are the characters? Who are the cast of characters in Oniburg? I need to know. Can I be the rich one? I need enough money in a vault so I can dive into it and swim. And I will have my mansion plastered with portraits of myself. And then I can, like, you know, spend all this money and go on adventures and have a video game and TV show about me. That would be pretty cool. Hi Luna. Hi Lethlin. Hey Zori. Hi. Why so cute when I get... Excuse you. Is this the face that looks cute? Yeah, that's what I thought. I didn't think so. Hi, Kit Kat. Hi. Yeah, you're so scared, Fong, that you've melted into a puddle. Yeah, that's right. And see how scared you are of me. It's gonna be hard to hide things forever. I've told you that I'm getting a new outfit, right? Right? Everybody knows that. Everybody knows I'm getting a new outfit. I think it's basically done. It's basically wrapped up. At this point, I just need to make you all wait for it. And then pick a day and, like, debut it and stuff like that. It's gonna be really hard for me to... Like, every time I open up the YouTube studio, like, I'm just like, what if I just use it? What if I just put on the new outfit? What if I just wear it? I want to. I'm... like, I like my current outfit, right? And to be clear, this isn't Zoi 2.0, right? It's done, it's the same model, a few touch-ups that I am really happy about, but same model with a couple of enhancements with a new outfit. So really this is like just a feature enhancement. This is like Zoi 1.1, backwards compatible with Zoi 1.0. No, 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 not 3.0. That's like breaking change. No, this is backwards compatible. It's very, very important. Just added a couple of things to, you know, the current stack. And then a whole brand new feature of new outfit. Hey March, hi. I'm happy to see you here, thank you. Yeah, Zoe follows semantic versioning 2.0. You know, major minor patch. They're actually technically right now what you're seeing isn't 1.0.0, it's 1.0.1. The first model I got that you all see that was debuted to the public was missing something, and I say that this was a bug, but it went unnoticed. It went unnoticed for months. For months. Until I was like, hey, wait a second. I'm missing freckles. The model files had the freckles in them, but they just weren't displaying properly. And I think it was when I first came up with the turning off the lights, because I was like, oh, I can make my freckles light up. That would be a cool idea. And then, you know, I went into the meshes and found the freckles and then went to go light them up. And I was like, wait a second, they're just not even there. Like, they're in the list, right? It's there, but like, they're just hidden. So I think what all it was is like the transparency was on for the freckles. So technically, this is Zoe 1.0.1. And we're gonna have Zoe 1.1.0 soon. I just gotta prepare for the release, right? You know, there's all that work that you have to do to prepare for a deployment. You gotta get your change requests in. You gotta get business approval. You have to, you know, pick a good window of deployment. All this fun stuff that nobody likes doing. This is all really important. Yeah, it has to go through testing. Actually, it's going through testing right now. Me, the QA, is testing it. And then I gotta, you know, hand it over to, I don't know, whoever next is in line. But it's also me. Yeah, I mean, technically it is zero downtime. Technically, like, it's already there. It's just a feature flag away. I could just hit this button right here, and it would be live. It'd be live for everyone to see. But you know, yeah, marketing really important. Really important. No, not that one, Griffrey. Don't hit that button. Don't hit that button. Oh, it's so tempting. It is so tempting. I mean, I've been playing around with it off stream, and I've been... Alright, that was the wrong button. That brought all of my services down. I have to put out an incident now. You can follow status.zoetechie. Whatever my host name that I've purchased is. I have to make a statement and apologize to all of my clients that were just experiencing an outage. I mean, I've already shown, like, I think I've shown more than 1%. I think I've shown like 5%. People have seen a sneak peek, because my model artist slash mama had tweeted out a sneak peek. Didn't say who it was for, but it became maybe a little obvious when I retweeted it of who it's for. Yeah, putting the status server on with everything else, so when your service goes down, so does the status page. Yeah, that's very good. Stargazing? Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Hope you have some good viewing tonight. Every now and then. So I live relatively like in a kind of populated area. So not great for stargazing, right? But sometimes I get to I do some traveling, and I get to go to places that are pretty isolated. And it really makes me want to pick up some like basic astrophotography equipment. Just like a decent camera that can hook up to a decent telescope. And not even necessarily, I don't even need a telescope. I just need like the camera and then the camera mount. And I would be able to take some really good pictures. It's really tempting, and honestly, like, I might do it at some point. This would be kind of cool to show people. It's like, hey, here's some pictures I took. But, like, astrophotography is, like, something that, like, I studied, like, astronomy, right? But, like, astrophotography requires just a lot of, like, you know, photography knowledge. I know the basics. I know more of it from, like, a technical point of view. You know, understanding the optics, and the science behind it. But, like, here's a camera. Here's, like, what this type of lens is good for this. March, thank you for gifting 5 subs. Thank you. Nolani, a cat named Schrodinger. Oh, that poor cat. I hope he's okay. False. Ichabod? Math GSS and Zinfandel. I hope you all enjoy your emotes. Sub to Zoe for equipment. I mean, maybe I'll just, like, so, you know how people have thrones? Like, they have, like, a throne account. Technically, I think I have one. I don't think I've put anything on there. Maybe I just fill my throne with, like, really expensive astrophotography equipment. It's like, yeah, you know, buy this $5,000, you know, lens for me. Sure, why not? Oh, this telescope? Yeah, this is, like, prosumer telescope. You know, buy it for me for, you know, like $6,000. No, I wouldn't do that. Keep the servers running. Ah, yes, thank you. Thank you, March. You know, yeah, that's why we had that outage earlier, right? You know, just server costs to keep Zoe Techie running can be, you know, pretty high. I think the thing that is making me hesitate is just, like, it is, like, right, I would have to, you know, travel quite a bit of ways to be able to use this. It's not like I mean, I guess I could go outside and get some shots. I just need a clear night, but, like, really, I would want to travel to you know, a good spot to take some nice pictures. Now you can throw beans. Hey, wait a second. Hey, wait a second. Don't do that. Don't throw beans. Travel vlog? I mean, I don't travel a ton. I did get approved to go to a tech conference this year. And one that I've been wanting to go to for many years. And I think it'll be expensed. I should look at where it is. I think it's in San Francisco. Yep, San Francisco. Well, I'll be kind of late in the year. I think like in October or November. Still, the jury is still out. If I'll be speaking at any tech conferences, probably not. Probably not, but I haven't been to San Francisco, so I'll have to find stuff to do. And if it's being expensed, that should mean that I get free food. The nice thing about going on work trips is like, oh, here, you get free dinner. Although it's been so long since I've done that. I've only actually ever been on, like, I think one work trip. Am I gonna be speaking as a VTuber? No. I keep my professional life, see what it is? You see what it is? I hide my horns at work, right? Nobody knows that I'm an Oni, right? How would people react if they knew I was an Oni? I don't know. I don't know how they would react. Yeah, no, it's not detachable. I have, you know, Onis, you know, sometimes have, you know, special powers. You know, and some of my special powers are, like, you know, illusion magic, right? So I can, you know, I can hide my horns. Wears a very big hat. Yeah, all the time. And I get very, very upset when people touch my hat. But don't touch. I'm very sensitive about it. Maybe just a big hoodie. And like people only ever see, like, you know, like this part of me, right? Like I only talk to them like this. They can't see like the top of my head. Like, oh, hello, how are you? Like I'm always I mean, with remote work and all that, right? I can just, like, you know, point the camera so they can't see the horns, right? That totally works, right? Right? Everyone is fooled. But no, I keep my professional and VTuber lives pretty separate. Nobody knows. Nobody knows. At least nobody better know. You know what? One of the first things I noticed when Microsoft, so like Microsoft has Teams, right? Everybody loves Teams, right? Right? So we use Teams. We actually like use a combination of Teams and Slack for some reason, but we use Teams. And they have like a avatar mode. Where it's basically you can it's basically professional VTubers, right? Where you can like pick an avatar for yourself, and it'll be a 2D avatar that uses your webcam to, you know, be put on camera, and there's like multiple avatars to choose from, so you choose the one that you like. So yeah, we do have VTubing in the in workspace. Nobody uses it though because it's kind of awkward. I don't think any of them look particularly nice. None of them have horns for some reason, right? God. None of them have big ass fucking jackets that look awesome. What's up with that? What's up with that? Yeah, I know, right? I have not tried to use it, and then of course when it comes up, like I do not bring up VTubers at all. Like I don't talk about it. Don't want people to know. It's funny because one of my coworkers watches VTubers, like as you know, as he's working. I don't talk to him about it at all. I've tried to figure out, like, cause he's a remote, so it's not like I just look at his screen. I've tried to figure out, like, cause sometimes he'll be like in a meeting, and like his sound will be on loud enough so I can hear the videos he's watching. I'm trying to think, like, oh, who is he watching? I haven't been able to figure it out. I don't think it's anyone like, you know, super big name. I don't think it's like a Hololive, any Hololive people I'd be able to recognize voices there. But I've been trying to figure out, like, just based off of, like, when we get into a meeting together and he still has his audio on loud enough, and he hasn't muted what he's watching. It's like, I hear like a few seconds of a voice line. They don't know I'm a VTuber. Isn't Kiara one of your coworkers? I wish. Can we be coworkers, Kiara? I guess I wouldn't be too surprised if it's like, I know he watches Twitch, so if anything, it's probably like, you know, some big Twitch VTuber. So I mean, it very well could be, but I haven't heard enough of the voice to really piece it together who it is. Oh, VTuber coworkers. Yeah, we're VTuber coworkers. Right. Yeah. If I see any gamer subs or whatever, then it'll be obvious. Right. Hey, Anakairis. Hi. It is like, okay, so I want to preface this with, like, you know, if you like energy supplements or like those energy drink things, like, it's not meant to be me throwing shade at you or anything like that. I just see it, like, in my mind, it is like a business model that can't function, and yet somehow it does. Because it's like, it's a business model that only works off of, like, I don't see people just, like, actually buying this stuff. Just like, oh yeah, I want some energy supplements, and let me, like, go buy, like, you know, this, like, all these gamer themed stuff. Because it's usually based off of, like, you know, you have a streamer, some content creator promoting it, and it's usually the fans of said streamer or content creator that are the consumers of these. So, like, they figured out how to market it, and it's wild to me that it seemingly works. It's no different than when Sonic toys are in a Happy Meal. Yeah, but the thing with that sheep pool is like, Sonic toys in a Happy Meal is like, you're already getting the Happy Meal. and then you get like something else alongside of it, right? You don't need to, like the kids already want the Happy Meal. It's just like an extra reason for them to want the Happy Meal. Yeah, I don't do a ton of like, and maybe it's not fair for me to talk because like I just don't do energy. Like I don't do that. Like I will drink I'll drink some soda. That's usually like some coffee and some soda. It's like my caffeine, and I don't do any energy like supplements type stuff. So like maybe if I enjoyed energy supplements, like I'd be like, oh, you know what? My favorite streamer, you know, is sponsored by them. I'll give it a try, and maybe I would actually like it, like, right? Like, I'm just looking at it from a complete outsider's perspective, though, because like I don't know. I had maybe okay. Here's a part of the reason I think I'm a little jaded is the wrong word. Turned off. I had a coworker several years ago who was the biggest asshole. He was such an ass. He was like he had started working there a bit before I did, so he had like technically a little bit more seniority than me. But he wasn't good at his job. He wasn't professional. And like I think it's okay, you don't have to be professional all the time, but like when you're in a like an enterprise environment and you're like we had some level of like supporting other people, so we had to help developers with like, you know, various problems. Like he wasn't professional there. He was really rude. And he wasn't good at his job. So like, and he was very opinionated on certain things, and I got to the point where it's just like I like would be able to be like, objectively the things that he wanted to do were like just bad ideas, and like he didn't handle that sort of thing very well. In any case, why I'm relating this to like gamer energy drink stuff, he would constantly bring in, what was it? I forget which one it was. One of the fairly popular powdered energy drink supplements. Because he streamed on Twitch, and he was like sponsored by them or something like that. And he would constantly push it at us like at work, like they're like, oh yeah, you should try this and stuff like that, and like would give out like free samples and stuff like that. And it was just like, no thank you, please stop. You're making me uncomfortable. If you're gonna be an asshole, at least do your job well. Yeah, it's like a 2 out of 3 thing, right? You could be nice, you could do your job well. I don't know what the third one would be. But like he just wasn't very good. And like and the only like my leader and my director, so my leader's leader, like wanted to get rid of him. Like, but the place I worked at, it was like kind of notoriously hard to get fired from, just due to like how the HR department had things set up. So they had to like work for like 2 years to like build a case to be, it's like, yeah, here's you know, like a history of poor performance, and we've tried to, you know, work with them, stuff like that. So it took a really long time for them to just be able to show, it's like, yeah, he's just not good. And we tried, they made concerted efforts to like, you know, help him out, but he legitimately didn't care. He was just there to get money, and the only thing he cared about was streaming. The only thing he cared about was streaming. I remember he spent so like part of, you know, less so then, more so for me now, but like, part of our responsibilities was like helping out in like the software deployment space. And like several years ago, it's like some teams were just starting to get into AWS. So like I had already like done pretty like demonstrated like good knowledge on that subject, and he of course had not. One of the things that he decided to do during company time to try to get better at it is, and he got caught doing this, he decided to stand up a Minecraft server in AWS. At least try to. I don't think he was successful. And like the leader, like our leader had to be like, you can't use company resources for this. Like you can't do this. It was really funny. Really funny. But yeah, like it would be much less egregious if he was just like a nice person. If he was just like pleasant, and you know, an enjoyable person to talk to, or even just wasn't an asshole. But he just had like a trifecta going on of not good at his job, the only thing he cared about was streaming, and would market his stream during work and push his energy drink stuff at work, and just wasn't good. So I think that's the reason why it turned a little bit off, like these energy supplement stuff. It's just I think of him. I just think of him. So that's I'm sure like some of the energy stuff is great, and of course the people who are sponsored by, you know, various, you know, energy supplement companies are not him. They're not an asshole. But I don't think like I've been reached out to by like, right, they market out to a lot of VTubers and like streamers in general, right? So I've been reached out to by a couple, but ultimately I wouldn't want to be sponsored by someone that's like, nothing against your product, it's just like, it's just not for me. Like I don't want to do energy supplements, so I don't want to be sponsored by someone who I don't use their product, because then it would be really obvious for me to be like, yes, you all right now should buy XYZ energy. Yeah, I've gotten some stuff for Rogue Energy. If only an influencer would tell me what VPN to purchase. There you go, Baxter. Yeah. Do you know if you get whatever Oni VPN, you can watch whatever Netflix shows you want to, anywhere in the world, in privacy. I mean, like, sure, like VPN services are legit and important to some, right? But man, they really have proliferated themselves throughout like the market. Like they get advertised everywhere on like people's YouTube videos. They're less helpful than they like to pretend. Yeah, I know. I'm aware. I think the only time in recent history I've considered using a VPN was trying to purchase something. And it wouldn't go through, and this was like something from a Japanese site, and I'm not sure if it's like a payment issue or a regional issue. So I did consider, it's like, well, what if I used a VPN? I could like at least narrow out, like, if it works, then it's like a regional issue, but if it still doesn't work, then it's like it's some sort of like, you know, they don't accept you know, certain types of payment or something like that, because that's the only two things I can think of. I haven't done it yet. But I've considered it. Clearly I need to find a VPN provider, so that I can be like, with this VPN provider, you can buy this thing. Except I wouldn't admit that. Military grade encryption, like that's special. It's like, yeah, like, you know, the government, and like many, everybody kind of operates on like the same encryption for the most part. And if you're not, then you're probably using something that's like 20 years old. It's like, what? You're still using TLS 1.0? Dang. Your security team should probably let you know that you should fix that. Hell yeah, CC. See, that's like the purest form of needing a VPN. Like, I wanna buy these region locked line stickers. I know, why didn't Line catch on? I used it for a while. I had 2 friends that I would talk to online. Because this was, I think, around the time that like Discord was like starting to catch on, so probably like 2015, 2016. And I had already started using Discord, because this was around the time that I started getting into speedrunning space. And like, when Discord started catching on, like, anywhere, any speedrunning scene that wasn't like super old and was still using IRC, rip IRC, I still love you. Basically it's like, we're gonna make our own Discord server. So I started getting into Discord around then, but like I couldn't convince them to get into Discord, so it's like, let's use Line. It's like, okay, fine, we'll use Line. It's cute. I got cute stickers. Yeah, I don't talk to anybody anymore online, because eventually, one of them, I think something happened with their phone and like they couldn't recover their account, and they had purchased some stickers. So they were pretty bummed, that they like lost their stuff. Yeah, I miss IRC. IRC is awesome. Twitch chat is still backed by IRC. So technically, we're still using IRC today. Basically, just so you can send everyone cute line sticker, Loom stickers. Yeah. I found I found some artists that draw very cute things, and I want cute Oni pictures. It lives on, just to not in our highly customized IRC. Yeah, I think the problem with IRC is that it became too it wasn't user friendly. Like, it was the same client that we used for forever, and it never really like and it was still like technically, like, right, what wasn't it? You had to, you know, you got your free trial, and technically didn't you have to pay for it? Right? It's based off like the same model, that whatever zip, not 7-zip, because that's the one I use. But like, it was just not. It was like a good piece of software, but you had to know how to use it. It wasn't user friendly. WinRAR, there you go, thank you. Yeah, it's like, you get 30 days for free, and of course, who has ever paid for WinRAR? I mean, of course I have. Of course I've paid for WinRAR. Why wouldn't I? Use Pigeon as your IRC client for years. I did too. Yeah, I used Pigeon for a bit. I didn't like it. I didn't like it. I work with a guy. Someone on Twitter admitted that they purchased WinRAR. I remember seeing a thread in it kind of blowing up. CC. I miss Trillion. Trillion was nice because you could have like all your chat clients in one client. The IRC client for Trillion kind of sucked, but it was nice to have everything in one. God, now I'm feeling old. Yeah, because there's so many chat. Let's just shut it, Fong. There's so many different like chat things, right? You had AOL, Instant Messenger, MSQ, MSN Messenger. What was some of the other ones? I'm trying to remember all the ones. I mostly just use AOL. I had like one friend on MSN. ICQ, there you go. I did not have any friends on ICQ. Yahoo. I only used Yahoo for the Yahoo games. You know, it's funny. Remember? Alright, so people like, you know, I think I got enough people that we can get some nostalgia in here. Remember like I think it was mostly AOL Instant Messenger. You could set your away messages, and basically people use those as just like a status message. And then people would like, you know, post like super emo lyrics to let everybody know that they're sad without saying that they're sad. That's making a comeback on Discord. I see people do that on Discord and be like, excuse you, what are you doing? Yeah, AOL Instant Messenger, subtweeting before subtweeting was a thing. It basically was. Yeah, okay, it's been back. I've seen people do it. Like, it's wild. That's like, you know, kids today aren't so bad. Kids today aren't so bad. Oh, you didn't use AOL, Kiara? Dang. Yeah, they've made Discord there's like Discord forums now. I think it kind of makes sense for certain community type servers that like are kind of question and answer based. Instead of having like a chat room just filled with questions and trying to have a conversation in there, you can have like basically forum threads with like questions. So like kind of makes sense. Born too late. I think I was like, I mean, without talking about, you know, my age, I think I was kind of born at an interesting time with like, I think I missed a lot of the early internet, but I had older siblings. Like, without my older siblings, like, I don't think I would have seen a lot of this stuff. You experienced IRC in 2012, but that was it. Yeah, not my oldest sibling, my second oldest sibling. My oldest sibling is like significantly older than me. He is like 14 years older than me. And he was not around for a lot of, you know, me growing up because he was that much older. But my next oldest sibling is like 5 years older than me. So they were the one to get into like a lot of like the soup, and they're a huge nerd. A lot of like the huge nerd stuff that like I would like kind of piggyback off into. Without them, I wouldn't have experienced like a lot of this. I don't think I ever would have used IRC without them. Because like I used IRC, but I didn't really talk to many people in IRC. I think I just liked using IRC because it made me feel cool. But like I didn't use it for a lot. of stuff. I didn't have a ton of people to talk to. Easy boards. That doesn't sound familiar. Team Liquid IRC. Yeah, I think my sibling actually spent a lot of time on Team Liquid IRC. Because they were huge. They were very big into StarCraft. Very big into StarCraft. They even when League of Legends, you know, started popping off. They even I remember they did a lot of articles on that got published on Team Liquid. For like post-match articles and that sort of stuff. I think the main thing I used IRC is like get yeah, where are you going, Gruffrey? Yeah, you gotta go? Don't go. Don't go. Stay here. Stay here. Stay. Got a Wikipedia editor badge. Oh yeah. I mostly just I don't think I've ever posted on Team Liquid, but I always liked reading stuff on it. Cause for a bit I did get into StarCraft and StarCraft 2 kind of late. And then there was a period where I unfortunately played League of Legends, and I was a little too into League of Legends. I'm sorry, okay? That was a long time ago. It's a long time ago. It was early League of Legends. It was early League of Legends. Yeah. To be fair, it was college friends and I getting into League. So it's like it was just something that we did together. No, you misunderstand Ultima Weapon. This was in the past. Actually, if you really think about it, Zoi has never played League of Legends. Zoi has never played League of Legends. Zoi forgot all about that, right? Someone deleted Zoi memories. That's my official lore, right? Someone overwrote my memories with somebody else's memories, and that somebody else has liked League of Legends. So this is not Zoi fault. You can blame this other person. You can blame this other person. All right, we gotta keep up the kayfabe, right? Oh yeah, 4-pool. Yeah, it was the one strat. Oh wait, no, sorry, not sorry. I only knew a 4-gate, right? So I played Protoss. And I think the funniest joke that I remember, I forget which map it was, but it was a map that Protosses would always 4-gate in. This was, I think, the StarCraft 2, the first expansion, Wings of Liberty. And the PvP match was basically both Protosses 4-gating, but like there was like the defensive 4-gate or the offensive 4-gate, if I remember right. So it's like the joke was it's like you have, you know, two Protosses fighting each other and they both just decide to defend, and so like nothing happens because they're both waiting for the other person to attack and it just never happens. I wish I was never good at StarCraft, by the way. I was never good. Like I think I was like low platinum or high gold, somewhere in that range. and it sucked because my sibling, who I mentioned earlier, they were very good at StarCraft. They would pretty consistently hit masters. I don't, yeah, I don't think they ever tried to make a push for grandmasters, but they were very consistently getting into masters. And it's like I just look at them, it's like, how do you do this stuff, right? Like I am just not that coordinated. Could have played League in the early 2010s, had fun until they lost a friend group. Yeah, it sucks. I mean, that's kind of... I basically stopped playing because, like, the people that I played with kind of... I only would play with people, really. I guess there was a time where I really pushing solo queue. Because I wanted to show that I was really good at the game. But, like, eventually, ranked anxiety kicks in. I didn't want to play by myself anymore because ranked anxiety. And I sometimes felt that depending on what position I got put, it was hard to have an influence over the game. And when playing with my friend group, eventually, like basically what ended up happening is I would always play Phil, and at first it was like, okay, nobody wanted to jungle, so I would jungle. So I had a good influence over the game because I personally felt I was a pretty good jungler. But then somebody else wanted to jungle, so it's like, okay, I'll mid, and then I still had good influence over the game because I felt I was pretty good at mid. And then somebody else wanted to mid, so it's like, okay, fine, I'll carry, and then I'll support. And it's like I felt like people kept like taking the things I wanted to just because like I was okay taking whatever and just accommodating other people until nobody wanted to play top, and I was like, okay, fine, I'll go top. And what would happen is, in my opinion, at least at the time I was playing, like top had zero influence over the game. Top was the boring ass, like people just farming up there for 20 minutes. Nothing else, like not interacting with the rest of the game. And it sucked because like the rest of my team would be losing, and it was like, well, can you guys just stop? Can you guys just like wait 30 minutes until like, we decide to start doing stuff together? Anyway, we can stop talking about League. I do kind of want to like play it again, like get a couple people together and just like not like play it, but like in a very like low serious environment, like the kind of thing where it'd be like just in voice chat, maybe even drinking and just like chilling out with some people. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, it's always like, I'm the type of person. It's like you can convince me to do anything if it's like with people. And yes, you can convince me even to play League of Legends. It's with other people. As long as I'm like with people, I enjoy and having fun. Like, I don't really care what I'm doing. One of the Blue Archive devs making a MOBA. I think MOBAs are. I don't think a MOBA today would do very well, to be honest. I don't think a MOBA today would do very well. I think it's like asking, like, let's make a brand new MMO. I don't think a brand new MMO that launched today would do very well. I think the existing stuff are fine. Kind of carried by the fact that they've been around for 10 plus years. They have an existing player base. But like, I think anything that would come out today, I think would flop. Lost Ark is not an MMO. Fong, what are you talking about? Lost Ark is not an MMO. It's a isometric adventure game that has online capabilities. Right, it's Diablo 2 online with a lobby system. That's what Lost Ark is. It is not an MMO. And maybe I should just clarify. I mean MMO like WoW, Final Fantasy 14, like the traditional styled you know, massively multiplayer online RPG. The trend is either expansions of current IPs or gacha. I mean, as much as people dog on gacha, like, it's, I mean, okay, setting aside sometimes predatory business model, let's put that into its own bucket, because that's a good conversation to have, but not a conversation to have here. Like, honestly, like, some of the like the gameplay I actually enjoy, because it's like very like low effort, like I can do while doing other stuff. I think the games that do it best are the games that like you do not need to pay for anything. So that's why I played Grand Blue for a while. Like, Grand Blue is very good at like, yeah, you don't have to pay anything. They give you enough free stuff that as long as you're not the type to like, you know, like want the best stuff all the time, you can get by as a completely free to play player. And everybody's kind of on the same playing field when it comes to, most of the game comes down to, it's a time investment. Regardless of how much money you put into it, it's basically still the same time investment. Blue Archive is kind of fun, yeah. I enjoyed Blue Archive. I enjoyed Girls Frontline for a bit. I have obviously enjoyed Grand Blue Fantasy for a bit. A bit, quote unquote. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, I do not have the time to... Like, most gachas are kind of a time commitment. Genuinely, like, you have to be logging in every day. And then there's like regular events that you have to put enough time into. So I think that's the sort of thing that's like, I don't have the time. And I certainly don't have the time to play multiple of them. So that's usually what gets me to stop playing them. It's like, yeah, the game's kind of fun, but I ain't got the time. Yeah, and unfortunately that's like pretty much all of them. Oh my god, come play! Yeah, come play! And then... oh, yeah. You get invested into it and everybody that convinced you stop playing. Yeah. I hope I haven't done that to like, you know, people with like 14. It's like, oh yeah, come play 14! And then I peace out. Yeah, ZZZ, the new gacha game. And if people enjoy it, that's cool. I like the character designs. I think they're pretty cool. I'll leave it at that though. I probably won't ever play it. Even Toho has a gacha? Yeah, I had a friend who was pretty big into it. Is it Lost World? Is that it? I think 14, Final Fantasy 14, Yoshi P has talked about this too. So it kind of makes sense with your statement there, Ionic Iris, about it being a game that you can stop playing at any point if you don't want to, and then you can come back and pick it up. Like, he's talked a bit about that, and I think, like, if you look at like Final Fantasy XIV, the only thing that you really ever need to catch up on is MSQ, and I guess levels, which kind of go with MSQ. There's no, I mean, yeah, sure, there's like dailies and stuff like that, but there's no like requirement to do those. So there's really no, you can't really fall behind other than falling behind in story. 14 has Mahjong. So true, Dr. Juby. Yeah, the only time it's relevant is for, are you doing week 1 Savage stuff? Okay, you have to make sure that you get your crafted gear, you do it, get as far into, Savage as you can, you're capping on your tomes, right? So for like the first few weeks of Savage, that's like the only quote-unquote requirement, if that's some content that you're trying to do. Maybe most IPs should have a gacha to finance developments for actual games. Yeah, so I think Cygames has talked about that. So Cygames, the makers of Grand Blue Fantasy, talked about at some point that the game that they really wanted to make was Grand Blue Fantasy Relink. That was the game that they had their like mindset onto. But Cygames at the time, when Grand Blue Fantasy originally came out, was new. Didn't have the money for it, didn't have the expertise for it. So they made a game that they knew they could make and they believed would make money. So they made a gacha game. 10 years later, it's very successful. They've made a lot of money. And guess what? They made Grand Blue Fantasy Relink. They made the quote-unquote game that they actually wanted to make. Because, they had the financing from their gacha. My biggest regret in life was doing a Beast Tribe dailies to get a shitty mount that you can buy anyway during holidays. Which one is that? It's, vertical video. No one wants to do it, but you do it because you must. I mean, it's like vertical video is like catering to a specific type of audience. And I think it's, yeah, I think people are under the illusion. And I guess if you put it this way, if you're watching videos on your phone, you probably do want them in a format that fits your phone. But just because you have an app, like if you like have a service, doesn't necessarily mean that you have to, support that type of content. It's not like people are just going to suddenly start using your thing just because you added vertical video. So, I think people will get over making sure everything has vertical video support, as they probably will realize that it's not like this ticket to make money, or to get people to start using your app more. I mean, basically. Play what you want. If video game is fun, you should play it. There's a lot of really cool stuff out there, both old and new. I don't always like being super dismissive of new stuff because there is some really cool new stuff. But there's also some really cool old stuff that I've never gotten around to. That I want to, that I know I want to. There's so much cool old shit out there. You know it's a cool video game? This is where I lose everybody. This is where I lose everybody. You know, I've put this into I said I was doing retro. Really, this is just chatting right now. Shiren the Wanderer is pretty awesome. That's a really cool video game. And it really wants me to try out other Mystery Dungeon games. Alright, now everybody leaves. Like, oh no, Zoe's gonna play Shiren again. Yeah, I do want to play Pokemon Mystery Dungeon. I do want to play Pokemon Mystery Dungeon and Chocobo Mystery Dungeon and some of the newer Shiren games. Dude, Shiren the Wanderer, like Shiren the Wanderer 1, I think is really good. And I actually want to try like some other roguelike games, like more traditional roguelike games. Because I think a part of what I really enjoy is seeing how like a genre like changes over time. Like that's kind of the impetus to me starting like my little RPG thing, right? As I was really interested to see how RPGs change over time. Particularly console-based RPGs, because that's just what I have a preference for. So like roguelike games are, and I have some friends that are kind of into it. I'm very like basically the only like Shiren is probably the only game that I can really consider like a traditional like roguelike. I've played like, you know, other types of, I forget the difference between roguelike and roguelite. Some people are pretty picky about the differences between the two, but I've like played other meta progression games that are pretty different than, you know, Shiren the Wanderer, like Hades and Rogue Legacy and those type of games. Pretty different. I do want to play games that are like more like Shiren the Wanderer. So like, yeah, maybe that's actual original Rogue, or some other games like that. Roguelite is basically procedural generation stapled onto another genre. I see. So roguelike is a game that's like Rogue. Roguelite is just the procedural. Does it also include like the meta progression? Does roguelite also like staple on meta progression onto another genre? I guess I've played a little bit of Binding of Isaac. I have played that a bit. I wasn't super into it. Not always. Okay. There's roguelike, roguelite, roguelike, and roguelike, rouge-like. Meta progression is pretty rare and normal. I guess that's true. Shiren does technically have meta progression. Though the way that I prefer to play Shiren is just kill the meta progression. Just like start up a new file every time I die. Rouge roguelike like. I see. Rouge the Bat like. I think people like that one. I have a great difficulty thinking of games that aren't NetHack or DCSS. Do I know what that acronym is? Dungeon Crawl Stone Soup. Okay, people have talked about that one. Or Angband, or very similar as roguelikes, although that's partially due to my history of doing dev work on roguelikes of that nature. I see. Yeah, but anyway, I think it's like a super... Like, I've really enjoyed learning about how Shiren works, and kind of playing through it. And the bonus dungeon is wild. It's so hard. It's so mean. It does not care about you. It is... like, I think they've done a good job. Like, probably what happened is they, like, made, like, this bonus dungeon, and then there was like, wait, we can't have things be too random because we're finding this is like too hard and people aren't gonna like it. So I think probably what happened is then it's like, okay, well, let's make this like tailored experience. Make it only 30 floors, put a boss at the end of it, and that's Table Mountain. So that's like the base game. And then it's like, okay, we have this super ultra 99 floor dungeon for sickos where, yep, everything is random. You can get any item, with the exception of like two things that we feel make it too easy for you because we hate you. Well, probably what happened is they already had it made. So it's like, well, we already have this made, so we might as well just like, you know, keep it in and we'll just like make it 99 floors. The great thing about roguelikes is the stories you get from all the goofy shit that just unfurls and the weird edge cases and interactions, yeah. And Shiren has a lot of that. There's a lot of time where I've been put into situations like I've never had that happen before. This is wild. So I think what I want to do tonight, I think I want to play a little bit of Shiren the Wanderer. I haven't played Table Mountain in a bit. I haven't played the 30 floor dungeon in a bit. I've beaten it a number of times. So I might do a quote-unquote quick playthrough of just Table Mountain. Caves of... Is it pronounced Caves of Cud? Because I've heard people talk about that one as well. You got it, okay. And like, I do want to give these games a try. I think it just comes down to, it's like figuring out, you know, get some recommendations together. I know some of these games are quite old, so like making sure I have a, you know, a way to play, you know, a particular game. Also has a non-permadeath RPG mode if you don't want to put up with this bullshit. I see. A game that has always intimidated me more than any other type of game. Yeah? You got a mystery dungeon game that's Transmits Baroque. I've heard of Baroque. Is that the PS1 game? PS2, sorry. Baroque is a roguelike video game developed by Sting. It was originally released for the Saturn, then ported to the PlayStation, and a remake for the PlayStation 2. Okay, so I was right. Well, technically, I guess I was half right. Saturn that got ported to PlayStation, but it was on PlayStation. You mind swapped with a goat man, and then your evil twin from another dimension exploded your original body as I was stuck forever. What the fuck? Baxter. That's something that can happen? Like, I understood the words, but like, each one of those things that you said seems so wildly different from each other. It's like, you you're telling me that all of that was in a game, is in Caves of Cud? That can just happen? One of the achievements is eat an entire bear? That's a light novel title. Light novel titles. Don't get me started. Fong knows how to push my buttons. Yes, the newest isekai light novel. I mind swapped with a goat man, then my evil twin from another dimension exploded my original body, and I was stuck forever as a goat man in another world. There you go. You have to add like the other world part of it so we know it's an isekai. Yeah, so Dwarf Fortress was what I was going to mention before I got sidetracked. I think the game that's always kind of intimidated me a bit too much is Dwarf Fortress. Like, what? I don't think I would do well at those type of games because it's like, I worry that I would suffer from like decision paralysis or analysis paralysis. Where it's like there's so much to do and you have to like, oh, we'll do something. It's like, what do I do? Dwarf Fortress is very approachable these days with the Steam release. You know, I have heard that the Steam release does make it more approachable. I have heard that. It's still intimidating. It's still intimidating. The thing about Dwarf Fortress, no matter what you do, great stories are sure to follow. Losing is fun, etc. Yeah, I think that's the as part of why I've been enjoying Shiren the Wanderer. Like I've had some fucked up deaths where I'll tell Dot about it. Because you know Dot's played a lot of Shiren, and I can just like send her a picture of like the scenario I was in, and she can absolutely tell what happened. And it's just like, yep, here's a picture. Guess how I died. It's really funny. It's really, and that's probably part of the reason I've been enjoying it. It's fun to talk about video games with people. You get that shared experience. So if anybody wants to, you know, play Shiren, I'd be down to watch. I'd be down to teach. I do want to figure out how I can like just. Alright, I like playing games with people, but I also just like hanging out with people as they play games. And I think I've talked about like part of the reason I started this VTuber thing was like I came from a speedrunning background. You know what speedrunners don't do? They don't collab. Like there's a community. There's the speedrunning community, right? But like when they're playing a game, it tends to just be a very solo experience. And then sharing what they've learned with other people is part of it, but like playing the game, generally it's a solo thing, so sometimes it can be a little lonely, especially if you're playing obscure Game Boy Color, Japanese release only RPGs that like, you know, 5 people have heard of outside of Japan. It can be a little lonely sometimes, okay? So I like that, like with like VTubing, it's like it's always like, oh, you can like collab with other people, right? That was part of the why I wanted to get into it. That, you know, I, you know, wanted to look like this. But I'd be down. Like, I want to figure out, like, how do I... Part of it's, like, how do I do more collabs? But also just, like, I want to teach people stuff. I would love to teach people, whether it's a game I played, or a speedrun, or even, like, you know, whatever dumb stuff I've acquired over the years of my life. I'd be happy to try Shiren. Hell yeah, Kira. I'd be happy to teach you. Someday, Coach Anu. The Monkey Puncher speedrun? Wait, what? Monkey Puncher? What? Is that a thing? Speedrun.com, Monkey Puncher. Wait, are there no... It doesn't exist? Is that why you said it, Baxter? Because no one's speedrun it? At least in the West? I'm unfamiliar with Monkey Puncher. I've heard of it before. Oh, Game Boy Color. Is it only... Oh, we got an EU release. I got an EU release. Never got an NA release, though. Yeah. So, like, the only time I felt like that in speedrunning, that, like, and not many communities have this, is basically races. Like, back when Speedruns Live was, like, quote-unquote bigger, you know, you'd have your weekly races. I did a couple of the weekly Link to the Past races. Like, so there's those, but a lot of communities don't really have that. Right, because it's like, unless you're doing like a co-op speedrun, which is rare, right, you're gonna be focused on doing the run. You're just gonna be running, and the only time you ever get somebody else with you is generally if you're doing a marathon and you have your couch commentary that is, you know, helping, you know, explain the run, which is cool. I love doing couch commentary, and I love, you know, playing game and people having like friends with me on the couch, either talking about the game or just having fun. Like, I always really like doing that, but like, you only get to do that during marathons. You don't think you could play a single game day to day at the risk of your community? Yeah, just Ultimate Weapon. That's, I mean, that's basically reason number like 1 or 2 of why I stopped streaming previously, and I kind of moved away from speedrunning, is that I played a particular game, and people watched me for that game. And if I played anything else, like that obscure Game Boy Color, a Japanese only RPG that 5 people have heard of outside of Japan, would you imagine that nobody would watch that? It is really, like, there is parts of speedrunning I still really like, and that's why I don't want to like completely detach myself away from it, like, but I want to do it just as like a fun endeavor now, and not like try to, I mean, there are things that I want to do, is like, I really want to improve my time, like Link to the Past is one example. Like, I have a not that great time in Link to the Past because it's really old, and I've never like really sat down to try to improve it. Even though my PB, like, isn't great, I could definitely get a better PB now, but I have to sit down and just, like, you know, grind out a run, you know, get into shape, do a lot of practice, and then get to something that I'm proud of. That's a lot of time and effort. Yeah, whatever the hell I want. Yeah, and I'm really happy. I am really happy that like I'm comfortable playing whatever I want. One, that I'm comfortable about it, and whether or not people want to come, that's okay. But also that it seems that whatever I decide to do, people are okay just showing up, and that does make me happy. Oh yeah, there's definitely like clout chasers. I don't think it's, specific to the VTubing community. I think they exist in VTubing, but it's generally just part of social media as it is. Only make friends with people bigger than you, so that you can get bigger number. Right? Which is pretty fucked up, right? Right? Right. But yeah, I'm just down to have I'm here to have fun. I'm here to have fun with friends sometimes. That sucks. That sucks. I'm sorry to hear that. Yeah, I think VTubing is just kind of a thing that has, I guess you could call it like saturated the market type of thing. That kind of has like a negative connotation to it. But like there's a lot of people that are just doing it just because they want to. Like me, and I'm doing it just because I want to. Because I want to have fun. I think you had that a bit early on too, right? People were doing it just because it was something novel and new. And then probably what happened is that you had a group of people that were like, once it started catching on and getting big, right? People wanted to capitalize on that. Capitalize on the success as well. They're still like kind of new, wanted to ride the wave of success. And yeah, it's okay. That's okay. Like if people have goals to, hit big numbers and, stuff like that, that's like, that's fine. They're not bad people. But I think with that comes people who will do anything to succeed, right? So they'll use other people as stepping stones. They will, only like, try to make friends with people bigger than them, or abandon friends that like, aren't, they can't use for themselves, right? So I think you're always gonna have those type of people, that just care too much about themselves and not about other people. I think due to how Wow, talking about a super important topic. Someone is trying to silence me. Who's trying to silence me? It's Kojinu. Kojinu's trying to silence me. Kojinu, why would you do this to me? Oh, you want me to stretch and hydrate? Oh, thank you, Kojinu. Yeah, you are trying to get me to shut up, so like Zoe, I told you to stretch. Told you to hydrate. Thank you, Coach New. But yeah, I think just due to how quickly VTubing grew, I think it became a market for that. At least early on. But I think it's gotten to the point where, you know, there's going to be some people like that. There always are. I think there's a lot of people that are just trying to do whatever, just trying to have fun. And those are the type of people that I think I would prefer to be around. Right? Yeah, thank you. I think I love my model. And I am going to love my model even more when I get to show you the updates and the new outfit. I'm so excited. Even if everybody hates it, like nobody could like it and be like, I don't care. I love it. This is for me, not for you. Go fight the haters. You what is it? The I'm a fan of whatever. If the world is against me, I'm against the world's. Whatever that copy pasta is, I forget. I heard the new outfit will have a gigantic set of clacking mandibles. You know what? I do like a lot of like monster or bug girl designs. And I like the ones that, like, you know, add a little bit of a little bit more monster. I think that's pretty cool. I think it's cool that, like, you can still rig that, right? Because at the end of the day, all it is just telling your model to move a specific way whenever your face does a specific thing. Of course, the way that, you know, I have it rigged, like, you know, when I move my head this way, my model moves its head that way. But, like, at the end of the day, you can tell the parameters to do whatever you want. So you can... I like seeing how fucked up some models are. Just because it's like, oh, that's really, like, kind of inventive. If Zoi Techie has 1 million fans, I'm one of them. Yeah. Yeah, it's just a regular camera. You're right. This is just me when I'm not hiding my horns. Cue the magical girl transformation. Dang. My new outfit is not magical girl Zoe. Dang. What could have been? That wasn't very magical girl transformation, and I just took off my jacket. Needs more music. Needs more horn length toggle. You know, I have thought about that. I think I like my horns the way they are. I think if I wanted to do something that, like, you know, quote unquote made me had bigger horns, would be so you can look at like the kind of the idea that Shinobu was going for, I think, in my Link to the Past sprite. right? So in Link to the Past, when you go to the Dark World without Moon Pearl, right? Link turns into a bunny. So for like the Link to the Past sprites, like there's all these like different variations of the sprite based off of what character it is. I don't have like an alternate form, but I liked what Shinobu did, where it's like kind of more demon Zoe, or like I just have huge horns, and I kind of like that idea. But I think if I wanted to do that, it wouldn't be like physical horns. It'd kind of be like energy-based horns, or like psychic power-based horns, or something of that realm. Where it's like my horns are still there, but then there's like something that kind of goes over top of them. I think if I wanted bigger horns, I think it would be like that. And digital horns, yeah. Big power fists, yeah. Yeah, that would be really cool, right? Or you go the opposite and come super small. No, I don't want to be... What if I accidentally drink like a potion that makes me small? But my horns stay the same size? You're thinking you're doing the same thing with cat ears? Would they be like digital cat ears, or just like, uh-oh, I drank a potion, now I have cat ears? That's very top heavy. My horns aren't that big. My horns aren't that big, referee. Oh yeah. I think a headband would be cute. Right? Yeah, I prefer the small horns. If Zoe was a worm, would they horn like this or like this? I think someone... I think there's a... yeah, Fia, I think, drew a slug version of me. I think Abel requested, probably. I remember seeing that. I'd have to look back in the chat. It's pretty cute. It's pretty cute. Because there's like a couple of them for other people. Like I think Fong, you have one. So it's always like a generic looking slug type of thing. Cutesy little thing. But then like you have your drawing them for friends and stuff like that. So you like add the specific like design elements so you can tell who it is. Hologram Oni festival mask on the side of your hand. That seems... I think just in general, I think an Oni mask would be pretty cool. The hologram idea is kind of neat though. I think you can write this stuff down. The stream is now just give me art ideas. Or I could play video games. Like, do people want to watch me play video games? I mean, I can play like video games and talk. But if people are cool just talking, I mean, I guess I can just keep talking. Robber Baron Oni has top hat and giant iron clip. Can I get a monocle? Can I please have a monocle? Please? Please? I would love to have a monocle. Of course, okay, of course. Why would I even consider it without one? And then we can play Monopoly together. When I was a child, I was the kid that always wanted to play Monopoly. And I like would convince everybody like to try to play Monopoly. Even though like the Monopoly games always ended up the same way, which is like the game's never finished. Like, has anybody actually ever finished a game of Monopoly? In my life, the answer is no. I've never actually finished a game of Monopoly because the game always just ends with someone quitting, or just like we run out of time. It's like, oh, well, we got to do something else now. Yeah, it ends when people quit. It ends when people stop playing, not when the game ends. Or it ends when someone like gets so upset that like they just like do the table flip on the board, ruin everything, and be like, well, you've thrown a number of games by giving away your money. Yeah, so I remember having distinct memories of like, you know, convincing my grandmother, or you know, my older siblings, or my mom. Like, basically anyone's like, please, let's play Monopoly. Of course, the natural progression was this led into me doing the same thing for a very different game. When I discovered, you know, emulators, and everyone's favorite emulator, SNES, and there is network play. I was like, alright, it's time to convince all my friends to play Second Densetsu 3 with me. And to this day, I have never beaten Second Densetsu 3 multiplayer with other people. I've beaten the game over a dozen times myself. Never done it. Never convinced other people to play. Usually do like one session, and then stop. Never finished it, but you have people insist if you play with the auction rule that most ignore it goes way faster. Is that where you can like auction off your properties? There's a lot of rules that people either don't do the official rules, or, you know, make up their own house rules, right? It's always kind of surprising. It's like, I don't think I've ever played Monopoly with like the rules by the book as written. We always like, you know, had whatever house rule. If someone lands on a spot and does not buy it, it goes to auction. Right. That's true. We never played that. It's right. We never played that. Same with Uno. Right, yeah, people like Uno, you can't stack like draw twos on top of each other. You can't just be like, ha, I'm just gonna save this draw for when someone draw fours me, and then I'm gonna like, you know, own the person to the left of me. The spots disappear way faster. That's true. That's true. I haven't played Uno in a while either. It also forces interaction. Now you have to fight people for property. That's true, yeah. It makes it more multiplayer, right? Instead of just everybody's doing their own thing, and the only time when you interact with each other is when you land on somebody else's piece. And then you just cry because somebody landed on Boardwalk and Park Place before you did, and now they put a hotel on it. You have to give away everything that you have. Except that never happens, of course. Because it's only two spaces on like a 50 tile board. Oh no, you can't send me appeals while I'm streaming. I just got a scab appeal. Oh, I can't read this out loud. Oh no, they're giving me compliments. Oh, they have really cute art, though. Yeah, their art is very cute. Well, alright, I will go into the... I hit the follow button, and I'll consider it for later. One of my two weaknesses... Wait, what's my other weakness? It's not lightning. Because Onis tend to have lightning-based powers. So if anything, I'd be resistant to lightning. Oh, art? Oh, okay. Yeah, maybe. Bean, yeah, it's beans. There you go. The bean element. I guess if anything, the bean element would just really be an extension of the holy element. Because I think the bean Oni thing is basically just wordplay. It's the degauss button. I'm trying to remember the last time I had to use a degausser or a degauss button. Actually, no, never mind. We had a million CRTs at RPG Limit Break. Some of those have degauss buttons. I think we need to get a degausser though, like a degaussing wand. Because some of them don't have degaussing buttons. And like, you know, a magnet must have gotten too close to the screens and messed up the displays. So I don't think degaussing wands are super expensive. The fun button, yeah. I always liked pressing it as a kid, because it made a funny sound. And I remember when I was in college, like actually learning how CRTs work and be like, oh, that's so cool. You're firing electrons at a screen. It's pretty cool. And then of course opening up a CRT and be like, oh, this is super dangerous. These things have a lot of power running through them. You can seriously hurt yourself if you don't know what you're doing. Yeah, the capacitors are so strong. They hold so much, and they can discharge really quickly. Yeah, I mean, the static electricity is because it's throwing charged particles at a screen, so the screen's gonna be very negatively charged. And then you get close to it, and then you can play with it and take that charge and put it into your hand and have fun with it. No, science is fun. Anyway, I'm gonna turn on the video game at the very least. I would like to keep talking because I do. Maybe I should like have a Kate. I think I've never had a quote unquote Zatsudan or just chatting stream. Because like, I don't know. I'm of the impression that people's like, why would people just want to talk to me? But it is fun to just talk about whatever. Because I do enjoy just talking, and it seems like people are more talkative when like there's nothing happening on the stream, right? It's just me in chat. Fun is a rare treat, yeah. I think what I'd like to do too, and this might be good for me and maybe other people would enjoy this too. Well, I do enjoy my BGM. I think I want to change things up. I think I want to get like a playlist of video game music that is unlikely to be DMCA striked playlist. So one, I can listen to it too. As spoilers, I am not listening to the BGM right now. I've heard it enough. I'm not listening to it. It just doesn't come to my headphones. And I don't like that. Oh, no. I looked. But I think it would be cool to be like, oh, hey, this song from this video game. Part of the one of the things I really enjoyed doing with one of my siblings, I had to do a lot of road trips when I was younger, traveling back and forth with one of my older siblings. Why do I say older? They're all older than me. The second eldest sibling. So, and like, 12 to 24-hour car rides. Travel a lot between two different places. And of course, what do you do in a car ride? Yeah, it's mostly just going to be listening to music and talking to each other. And one of the things that we did was they were big into OCR, so Overclocked Remix, and just like video game music in general. So we'd like play games, like quote unquote games, where it's like we'd have a huge playlist of game music, and then like just like try to figure out like on the fly as like something come on and be like try to just quickly like name the game or the soundtrack or whatever that it's from. The MCA helped make royalty-free music become popular. That's true. That's true. I just want to make sure that like if I put on video game music, like there's certain soundtracks that are very, very likely to get you a DMCA strike. And it depends if you're on Twitch or on YouTube. On Twitch, it seems there's certain games that are supposedly frequently you have your like VOD muted for that duration, right? And on YouTube, there's like other things that like you'll get. Not that I currently put any of my VODs on YouTube. I would like to. I just haven't gotten around to it. I do want to have like a VOD archive that is separate from Twitch. That's fun. Your sister always made you listen to Les Mis. Yeah, my older sibling and I got along quite well, despite there being kind of an age gap between us. I still think to this day they're one of the smartest people I know. I have a huge amount of respect for them. They are cool. They're smart. They're good at certain video games. So I have them to thank for a lot of my interests. Yeah, we start finding obscure banger music in video games too, yeah. I do like listening to just video game music in general though, like one thing that I want to get better at is like listening to game music for games I haven't played before. Because then I'd be like, oh, this game has a really good soundtrack, but I just never played it before. Maybe it would get me to want to play the game. Hey, the Void Stranger has good music, but I've been playing it, okay? So we can't say that about Void Stranger. I've been playing Void Stranger, I just haven't beaten it yet. I'm getting there. I'm getting there. Alright, stop looking at art, Zoe. Alright, so let's keep talking. But also, I'm gonna put a game on. And I need to hide this. Alright. And I hit this button, right? Hello. 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 SNES. I need to... You can customize your background for the state of SNES, right? I have never done that before. I should probably do that. I should probably do that. You can do that for the Mister too, right? I should probably do that. I wonder what... I imagine it only can support... you don't know many people that buy it. Well, I would bother. I just need to know, like, what, like, restrictions there are. I think one piece of art that I would love to have, is just, like, art of me, like, that is, what's the word I'm looking for? Like, compliant, to for like certain types of game systems. It's like, hey, this would be like Zoi as displayed on the Super Nintendo using the Super Nintendo like color palette, right? Because Super Nintendo doesn't have has slightly less than 256 color, right? If I remember right. I forget. I'd have to remember. It's not 16 bits of color. It's 15, right? It's a little weird and I forget why. Alright, March. Thanks for stopping by. Thanks for hanging out. And thanks again for the gift subs earlier. I hope you have a good rest of your night. Another one would be like a PC Engine, or like PC 98, or like just various like art styles that I'd like be like, what would I look like if I was in being displayed on like this type of console. I think that would be a lot of fun. But like I guess finding artists that like work like that is kind of awkward. I can't imagine it being like super popular. But so why I started talking about this is like I would want something that's like, fits, the Super Nintendo as like a background, and maybe it'll just be a picture of me or something like that. I don't know what I would get for the Mister. Let me put what game I'm playing on the screen. You've heard of some people piping their VTuber display through a Game Boy emulator to directly get the right visuals. Oh, that's cool. That reminds me of my speedrun hero, Pidge01, who when she streams with the camera, she often uses a Game Boy camera, like an actual Game Boy camera, and gets her camera feed through that. Pidge is so cool. Pidge is so cool. Which is like, that's really wild to be able to do. So I wonder if, like, yeah, maybe I could do something similar with pipe my Live 2 VTube Studio output and do some magic there. Yeah, I've really enjoyed hearing Pidge's Medium article about drill really taking off. I mean, it's a good read. It's a good read, but it's kind of like I don't know. It's cool. Should probably link it. If somebody has the link to that, you can feel free to drop. Oh, no, wait, you probably can't drop it in chat because unless I think I've turned on links. I think links are, you can drop links. She got to see Drill live on Twitch looking at the article. Incredible. Yeah. I saw that she tweeted that. I think like Pidge is one of the cooler people I've like met through the VTubing, or not VTubing, the speedrun scene. Of course, under you know, a different handle, a different time, but she's still pretty cool. Sammy assets. Here we go. Alright, so sorry, it was taking me a while to find a particular file. Where are you? Great game. There you go. Yeah, thanks, CC. Yeah, if anybody has cares at all about drill, it's a really good read. It's a really good read. Alright. So, Shiren the Wanderer. I forget the Japanese name. Mystery Dungeon 2. Mystery Dungeon 1 being, was it Turner Coast Great Adventure? Dragon Quest 4 spinoff. This is the first entry in Shiren the Wanderer. I've beaten the game, so there's beaten the game in two different ways. I've done the base game, which is Table Mountain, 30 floor dungeon, kind of like a tailored experience. That's this Condor badge, right? So you know you've beaten Table Mountain. The Mamul badge, the silly looking orb with ears, is for beating the 99 floor dungeon phase of Final Problem, which is absolutely disgustingly hard. I haven't done that on stream, so part of the reason I've been like wanting to play Shiren more is I would really like to have a recorded run for Phase Final Problem. It just hasn't happened yet. It just hasn't happened yet. But I think what I want to do is just do Table Mountain tonight. It'll be a little bit easier for me to talk. As it's a lot less stressful. It's gonna be a lot less resets. I should have a really good chance of beating the game once I get past, like, if I can get past the first couple of floors in a way that, like, and I kind of set myself up for it. I think I'll have a good chance of beating the game. The only thing that's going to stop me is probably me making a mistake and doing something dumb that gets me killed. Don't you laugh at me. I realized I need to take a picture. I never tweeted that I'm live. What kind of streamer am I? Alright, thanks. You let me take a picture. How do I use Twitch's app? Oh, I see. Alright. I'm gonna send this tweet. So, starting off with a new game file, I tend to prefer playing Shiren off a new game file. Right, I have to actually say yes to him. So you do have to pick up your first piece of food from that guy if you want your big rice bowl. But other than that, you can just move on. Alright. So I'm gonna have to get used to... I haven't played Table Mountain in a bit. So I'm gonna have to get used to the weirdness that is Table Mountain. And herbs are gonna be pre-identified. I don't care about you. Scrolls are gonna be identified for me. Oh, never mind. Pots won't be though, and can you leave me alone? Can these guys leave me alone? Alright, it's not a... Oh, I guess I could have just looked at mate's HP. It's not a happy bracer. It's not a healing bracer. So what I'm doing, the amber bracer, I don't know what it is. I put it on. At least it's not cursed. It's not a farsight bracer, because I'd be able to see stuff if it's farsight. Healing bracer would heal me, and it expends my satiation faster. Happy bracer makes my XP go up every step. It's probably like a clear mind bracer, maybe a penetrating bracer. Clear mind, making it so I can't get confused. Penetrating, making anything I throw or arrows have piercing capabilities, which may sound good, but it's just bad. It's just bad. Bad things happen, which usually ends up being you don't know you have it on, or you forget that you have it on. You gotta throw something against like you throw a pot against a wall to break it, and then your pot goes through the wall, because that's what penetrating bracer does. Everybody wants a piece of Zoi. So I'm not picking up money intentionally. Ooh, that's unfortunate. Alright, that can be something that could just kill my run. Stepping on a rotting rot trap. Oh, actually, you could save it though. It gives you an empty Bufu staff. Oh god, and stepping on all these weird traps. Which makes me hungry. Oh, that's a hiding trap. A fat pot is hiding. Let's see, we're gonna do this. Alright, we get our meat. We talk to him. We eat it. We get 3 power, 5 max HP, and fills our satiation. So it's part of the reason I like starting off a new file. Because you can only do this once. Still stepping on weird traps. Come on, my dude. What? What is everybody sweating about? What? Did I say something? Did I say something? Why won't you tell me? Is it bad? Did I do something? Does everybody hate me? It must be it. Vision herbs are good. Okay, cool. That actually would have been really bad if I did any less damage there. I actually overestimated my damage a bit there. So, but things ended up being okay. So if enemies, oh right, these aren't walls. I can't do that. If an enemy kills another enemy, which usually happens because they have a projectile and they're trying to shoot at you and shoot at the enemy, they will level up. The boyas turn into crossbowyas and are would probably just kill me. It would do a lot more damage than I can handle right now, especially without a weapon, without a shield. I'm in a pretty bad shape. Light scroll. I have this dude following me. Please don't poison me. Thank you. Ooh, buy time. A lot better in phase final problem, but buy time is a really good staff. It will teleport the enemy to the exit and then paralyze it. Let's just swap. This is a push pot, right? So this pot is either a Toto pot or a back pot. In Table Mountain, those are the only two push pots you can get. Still not picking up money. I would very much like to have a weapon, please. Get rid of that guy. The Nigiri monsters will, oh, I do have a vision herb. But I'm not sure. Let's see if she gives me up to 12. No, she just recovers a point. So if you're at max power, you'll get 1 max power. But if you're not at max power, then you just heal 1. That's unfortunate. Oh well. So it functions as the same as a power herb does. So there's a reason I'm not stealing stuff, because it really doesn't matter. There's a lot of money here, though. If I had a holding pot, I'd just be able to throw stuff inside the pot. Alright. Another reason to start from a new file. So this side quest... is... there's like a bunch of different sides. Like the meta progression in Shiren the Wanderer is basically done through like these side quests with some of these NPCs. So if you advance the side quest for what's his name here? Starts with P, I forget. You can sometimes get him to join you on your adventures. However, the side quest always starts off with this event. And the event here, he's probably trying to steal from the shop because he's basically a con artist. And he trips and breaks a pot, dropping the contents onto the floor. The contents of that pot are always the same. It's always going to be an identify scroll, a quote-unquote unidentified staff. This unidentified staff is always a blowback staff, a dragon herb, and a big rice ball. These 4 items are always the same. The rest of the contents of the shop are randomized because it's a shop. But because I always get a blowback staff, I can do some fun stuff. First off, let me figure out what type of pot this is. 840. Alright, I have to pull up a spreadsheet. I think that's a healing staff or back pot. I'm self-conscious right now. Looking at my DMs during stream. That's what I get. Bum, 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 bum. So there is a spreadsheet that I have that will give me that will list off prices of buying and selling stuff. Backpots, what we said, 840. Yep, 840. This is a. Well, that's it's a 4-slot 840. Yeah, so that means it's a Toto pot. Dang. Dang. I mean, it's fine. Toto pots are fun. You can steal with them. And this was a back pot. Or low back, sorry. Low. This being able to identify items based off of buy and sell prices is pretty important for Faye's final problem. Less important for Table Mountain. Wait, what did I... Actually, I don't know what this is. I said it's a blowback staff. It's not a blowback staff, it's just a... It's an A-type staff. Or is it a B? It's a B-type staff. It sells for 800, not buys for 800. So, yeah, it's a B-type staff. Never, not an A-type staff. This is the blowback staff. Because this came from the contents that were dropped. So it's always a blowback staff. I said that before. Alright, power herb. 2 power herbs. Bronze shield, Toto shield, cool, identify scroll. Alright. Time to be a thief. Alright, I have stuff trying to kill me now. Dang. Alright, that's really unfortunate. It's pretty rare to get the dog. If you get the dog, it basically has to come at an angle so that it gets behind you so you can blow back it away. I think I should have... I might have been able to position myself differently so I could have blown it down. Give myself more time to go to the right, and then it would be chasing behind me, and then I just keep blowing it to the left. And I think I can still escape that way. So that's what you have to contend with if you try to steal. You get shit trying to kill you. Maybe I should name the files after other people. Alright. So I've already explained. Zoi da. Hi, Shia. Alright, so same idea for the first floor floors. Try to avoid picking up money. Ideally, get a weapon would be great. Zoi da, yep. You're right. It's true. Oh, things are coming to kill me. Expansion seed is good. Expansion seed will... make your stomach bigger. Makes your satiation thing more bigger. I probably could have said that more elegantly. Oh, and you just can eat it right away. There's nothing stopping you. Alright, Fong, don't get any ideas. Ooh, also don't pick that up. Again, I don't want to pick up money. We don't want to pick up money because the, Gamagoras will, try to steal from you if you have money, but if you don't have money, they can't steal from you. So they just kind of follow you around like a puppy. Please give me, like, a weapon or something. I do like how in Phase Final Problem, like the loot is quite a bit different in Phase. And it's really common to get, like, just really good weapons, like, pretty early on in Phase. Like, to the point where if I were to get, like, a Dotanuki in Table Mountain, I'd be pretty excited, but, like, a Dotanuki in Phase Final Problem is like, yeah, whatever, who cares? I did not run into... what's his face? I don't have... Oh, I did get a blank scroll. That's pretty big. I'll save that for... I'll save that for probably using a genocide scroll. So blank scroll... scrolls in this game are just spells, right? The air slash scroll lets you cast air slash. Oh, fuck, that sucks. At least you gave me a weapon. Poison reduces your power by 1, as well as making you move at half speed for a little bit. The half speed thing will often kill you if you get poisoned at a really bad spot. But it decreases your maximum strength, which overall just affects your damage. You can, I don't have a vision herb. And you're standing on some arrows, girl. That's probably not safe. Alright, I can't do anything to help you. So the girl, if you talk to her, she's been blinded by a monster. And she needs a vision herb to cure her. Right, to cure her of her blindness. So if you give her one, she gets happy, and you get, she gives you a kiss, and it gives you, +1 to your power. Another expansion seed. Generally, I'd be happier if this were Phase where hunger is kind of more of a problem. Hi, Kane. Hi, hi. So much money. Is the other one in this corner money too? Yes, it is. Crisis scroll. Very good scroll. It helps you out in times of crisis. Oh, what the hell is this? This is a party is what it is. You had a... Oh, nice. It tried to throw an herb at me, but it hit the, snake dude. Uh-oh. Hapon. Just tell me? What, just tell me what? I already forgot what he said. Alright, so we're gonna do the same thing, right? And again, watch what drops. Same thing as before. Identify scroll, blowback staff, dragon herb, big rice ball. The staff is always unidentified. Do I have anything that needs identified? I guess I'll... 400, it's an A-type staff. Which is just one of 4 staffs that I call A-type, because... Oh, +1. Let's do this. Nope. Alright, so we're gonna use our blowback. Do the same thing we did before. Hopefully a dog won't get in our way this time. Okay, we're gonna wait for him up here. Use our blowback staff. And then he's always gonna be a step behind us. So as long as nothing gets in front of us, we're out of here. Alright. Well, and that's how you steal. Okay, this one is... I'm gonna try to kill this. Okay, cool. This will spawn only one... Ghost. Oh, air/scrolls, how I've missed you. Air/scrolls do not spawn at all in phase final problem. Kimin Musha, okay, that's fine. So here I want to... So I'm thinking a little bit, because depending on what I run into, I don't want to have to fight a Shogun. I could kill it. The problem is... the problem with running into a Shogun is they don't give much experience. So like this... if I level up the purple dude, it becomes a level 3 dude. He's very hard to kill. I probably have to blow my one of these dragon herbs on it, and I'll get like nothing for it in return. Okay, that's a buy time. That's very good. Let's send him to the exit. This layout kind of sucks. There's too many hallways. You can get in a lot of positions where you're like this. I also haven't found the exit. I didn't want to do that. Exit's over here, right? Okay, watch this. That sucks. There you go. Okay. Usually a single dragon herb will kill them, but I guess I was just under damage. Alright, so I got... How many levels off of that? I got 700 experience off of that. So that's a really common strategy in levels, floors 5 and 6. That you use the Kimenmushas to level up either the Gamagoras to level 3. They don't hurt, they just try to steal from you. That gives 800 experience. The Habons to level 3 will give you 700 experience. They do have to... They are really scary. He would, like, do 100 damage to me. Super overkill me, so I have to kill it with a dragon herb. Or a little bit more. That's basically the two things you're looking for. So I'm kind of set, level-wise. Oh, that's extremely rude to put a spring trap right there. This is probably a weed, yeah. Ideally, I would get one more of these. And I'd get to like level 14 or so. Do that, and then it's just going to go to a Habon. Meanwhile, I'm going to find another Kimenmusha. Oh! Let's just buy time yet. I didn't expect him to get up here so fast. Okay. Come over here. Alright. Come over here. So I'm gonna lead him over to the exit, and we're gonna do the same thing. We're gonna get another 700 experience. Come here. Come here. Come on. Dragon herb. Blowback staff. Okay. Alright, level 14. That's kind of what I'm looking for. I am pretty over-leveled at this point. For the next couple of floors, I'll be kind of set. And that's gonna give, after floor 7 is going to be the first town, and then after the first town is where you go into the mines, and it's going to give me a really easy time in the mines. So I unfortunately have to just deal with stepping on that spring trap to try to escape. Sometimes the trap won't activate, but I guess it does. Unfortunately, there's no other way. Oh, that's rude. I would like to not keep having to step on to a spring trap. Isn't this fun? Isn't this game great? What a lovely video game. Bets on how long it's gonna take me. There we go. Yeah, very evil trap placement. I've seen a spring trap in front of the door that you need to go into to beat the game. In a speedrun. But I think the way that they have the rules set up is that it basically, like, if that happens, they still call time before you can walk into the door. They're basically like, well, you got really, really bad luck. We're just going to call time at a certain point, just so that you won't get stuck. I think the second place run that happens too. Yeah, you can't walk diagonally to the exit in that situation. So because I got my 2 levels, I don't need to stick around this floor for too long. I'm just gonna do a sweep. If I can get more XP, I'll take it, but I'm not gonna go out of my way. Things that I would like: a slightly better weapon, but mostly a better shield. Getting an iron shield would be great. Not gonna trust what that is. Alright, found the exit. I think I've cleared out everything. What was this again? Oh, money. Yeah, I can get money now. So the only reason I didn't want money earlier... That sucks. The only reason I didn't want money earlier is for the Gamagoras. But since I already have my level at this point... and ideally I want to find the exit really quickly here. I'll do a little bit of exploring, but I don't want to have to eat food here. I want to go into... Oh, that kind of sucks. Oh, that's really bad luck. I think I'll be fine now. I'm gonna run out of, I might have to eat something small. Maybe just a medical herb. Yep. So we're just gonna do this. When you... Some towns have an inn. They cost money to go into, but you get full HP, full satiation, you get room and board. So you don't want to eat, you don't want to like eat right before coming into the first town. I could advance side quest stuff. I already have a save file that has it all done on it, so it's not super important to me. I'm gonna drink this. Now that I'm at max power. I don't know what this bamboo staff is. I forgot to use the genocide scroll. I forgot I had a blank scroll. Oh, it's fine. We'll save that for later. Wait, they're still here. So, we're going to scribe. And we're going to spell out genocide. Someone be my editor. Genocide, capital G, E-N-O-S-I-D-E. And then we're gonna throw it at this enemy. So the genocide scroll you don't read. The genocide scroll you throw at an enemy. And when it hits an enemy, it deletes the enemy and all skeleton mages and its whole family, so that includes skeleton wizards and skeleton archmages, are removed from the game. Skeleton archmages are in Table Mountain are the scariest enemy. It's really hard to get an Echo Shield in Table Mountain, which is really the only, like, wait, really? A trap? A trap? Yeah, we committed genocide. I don't know what the, it's kind of hard for me to go that way. That sucks. At least I don't have anything to break. I'm curious. I do not want to take her. As much as I want to save her, she is probably going to get me killed. Iron Shield, very good. Okay. So I'm doing that because, like, I'm doing these slashes on nothing because it will detect a trap if there's one there. And I hit a trap, which... Alright, I detected the trap and then I stepped on the trap. Because I'm very good at this game. Yes, I confirmed that there is a trap there. I need to make room. Let's toss. I don't need that. So the problem with saving the girl is that you have to get her all the way through floor 14. And there are things that can do splash damage here. So it's really, really likely that she's just going to get killed. Again, when an enemy kills something, they level up. That includes the NPCs that are following you. And she doesn't have much HP. So unfortunately, she is a pretty big liability. And what you get from saving her is you get access to the second town's warehouse. You return her to your parents, and they're so thankful. And well, okay, it's a back or a Toto pot. Yeah. You get access to that, and you know, some story and dialogue and stuff like that. Let's find out which one this is. It's a Toto pot. So these guys can see in the dark, which is why they can throw stuff at you. Ooh, big pot. That's kind of... I don't often get big pots. As I get 2 of them in a row. I'm going to come back to those. I'm hurting for space. It's part of the problem. I would love a... I would love to have a holding pot. I guess I can eat one of these rice balls now. Okay, it's not a healing, it's not a happy, it's not a far sight. So again, put on a bracer, try to figure out what it is. Do I have an identify? I don't. Because I used it on the pot. Because I needed to make some room. So dealing with things that can shoot arrows at you. You want to lure them into the hallways, because the hallways they can't see, and they can't shoot you at point blank range. So that's how you deal with the kid tanks. Might as well just use this. Let's capture that. Kind of don't like using the... So here's what we're gonna do, right? Lure it in here. So the kid tanks have a chance to move twice. Chance to take double actions, but they don't always. And inside, right here... Ooh, this is scary, because ghosts can hit through the walls. What was this? A vision herb. I would love to have a holding pot, please. That would make my day. I probably should have backed out. Oh, hello. These guys are scary. Another blank scroll, okay. So I can do that. I can use that for a big room later on. Those are the funniest traps ever. Oh, this is a... Well, this is a back pot at least. There's only 2 types of back pots, I think I said that earlier. I already have the Toto pot. So this one's the back pot. Process of elimination. I might use the big pot on the back pot, because... Let's see what this is first. Nagamaki is not as good as the katana. This thing's already stolen. There's something behind it. Nice. Nice. So you're probably 1,200. Yeah, so you're just some A-type bracer. Don't know what you are. Let's see what type of staff you are. Oops. 800 is a type B. Not that you know what that means. Alright, these are already... Ooh, this is a... This only can be two things, I think. This is a healing or a trapper bracer. Trapper bracers are only available in stores. You can't find them normally. Invincible herb. Identify scroll. Power herb. Alright, so let's... This is not a blessing bracer because I had it on and I got cursed. So it's either rust proof, passage. I can't be level holder because I've been gaining levels. Clear mind, rust proof or passer. That's... If I can make enough money, I'm totally gonna buy it. Buy that bracer. Or I could buy the dragon killer. There's less dragons in this though. This game has such a calming soundscape despite it being in horrible danger. Yes. Unless you read a Monster House scroll, then that's where the danger music kicks in. Let's come back. I'm not too interested in... See how they can stay up with me and shoot. So I lure it in here, it's gonna try to get on me, realizes it can't shoot me, backs out, repeat. Oh, nice. I now have enough to buy the whatever the 5,000 bracer is. These things hurt so much, they're actually really scary. I mean, they look scary too, but that's not what I was talking about. Toss 200. Alright, so it's either the Dragon Killer or the Unknown Bracer. If it's a Trapper Bracer, that would be big. I wouldn't need any Vision Herbs anymore, really. Only reason I would need a Vision Herb is like... for the Ether Devils. Or I can go for the... Let's do this. Let's take chances. I like taking chances. It's healing. So I know it's healing because normally you decrease 1% satiation every 8 steps. The healing bracer heals me per step, but it unfortunately also doubles my food consumption. So instead of 1 every 8 steps, it's 1 every 4 steps. So for the most part, I'm gonna have this off. Until I Alright, another blank scroll. Right. Need to make room for that. How we do this, and we'll... I don't know, big pot that. I didn't love doing that, but the blank scroll is literally something I can't pass up on. Opal bracer. I sure would love to know what you are. I'll come back to that. It's close to the exit anyway. So now if I ever need healing, I just need to... what was I saying? I just need to put on the healing bracer. So I can like put it on for a second here. See, I'm getting healed every step. Instead of like getting healed once every few steps. So now I can just like do this a bit. It makes fighting certain things a lot easier as long as you can like back up. I wonder if I should get rid of this Otagiri Soul. Yeah, let's do that. Let's drink it now. It will give me extra max. So what are you? Drinking an Otagiri Soul at full satiation. Or sorry, full HP will give me 2 to my max HP. With a medical herb, it'll be 1. Alright, a lot of dragon herbs. Dragon herbs, do not eat dragon herbs in front of a flame priest. Flame priests are made of flame, and dragon herbs make you fire flame at an enemy. Yeah, they get a little bit stronger when you do that. And by that I mean they gain a level. They will go to Flame Priest 2s and just kill you. Ask me how I know. This is awkward. Yeah, that was really awkward. I guess I could have put on my bracer. Zoi da. Hi Suyo, hi. Alright, well it's not a clear mind bracer. This is a penetrating bracer, which means I can't throw it at the wall, or not while it's equipped anyway. Because then I'll just go through the wall. Katana. Dragon shield, very good. If I could afford it. And if I scroll... Ooh, this is a... I think this is a +1 accuracy sword too. Let's just drink this. 1 power. It's kind of nice. Human Musha meat is pretty good. Yeah. I got more power. Human Musha meat is really expensive. And rightfully so, it's very good. It lets you keep the revive after death. Dun, dun, dun. Dun, 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 dun. I really wish I had a holding pot. This was a buy time, right? Bum, 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 bum. Purify is probably gonna be the least good here. Hi, Kira. Excuse you. Here I am trying to be informative about how this game works, and I get beans thrown at me for my troubles. Wow, more shops. I need a death meat. 1400 4 slot is nothing exciting. It's an identify or transform. Transform could be fun. I mean, I have to buy it. I'm too low on space. Expansion seed. Yeah, I can afford that. Let's just eat this huge rice ball now. Huge rice balls heal your satiation of full, whereas big is only 100% and a normal rice ball is 50%. Huge is whatever your maximum is, as well as increasing your maximum by 5%. Healer rabbit meat, honey, wriggling honey meat, drain buster. Alright, I need to make space for this. If I get rid of anything, it's probably going to be the vision herb. I could see how many charges are left in this buy time staff. 300. It's 2 charges. could just shove stuff in the, could do this. Oh, right, I can't, I can't put pots instead of pots. So that's a way that, if you saw what I did there, that's a way to steal stuff. And actually, I should be stealing stuff. I haven't really thought about it. But... Is Dotanuki normally this price? This is an odd price. I wonder if it's at a +1 or a -1. So let me consult. So you can tell if something's a +1 or a -1 based off its price. I do have to look at a table though. It is a -1, so I do not want this. It would actually be 1 more than my katana still, but the fact that I can't take it off is a little awkward. If I find something better, I'm kind of in a pickle. Especially if it gets... Ooh. Hello there. There you go. He tried to shoot at me. He got headbutt by the shopkeeper. Don't mess with the shopkeepers, by the way. So what was I doing? I was wanting to steal more stuff. Drainbuster. So I could just steal the stuff and sell it back to him. That'd be funny. That'd be funny. I really need this. Let's do this. Let's see if this is a transform pot. It is not. It's an ID pot. Which is fine. Alright, we bait him. See how much damage he did there? He did a lot of damage. Oops. Another Toto pot? Really? Really? I don't hate it, but I don't love it either. This is super awkward for me. I'm just gonna go in here, wait for it to come to me. And then kill it. Oh, we gotta do the same thing. So they always do 20 damage. Explosive damage in this game is set based off of its source. So those tanks always deal 20 damage. Unless you have a way to resist explosion damage. Oh, there is an ant somewhere here. You can even kind of tell that there's an ant because of the, there's a little bit of lag while moving around, which, at least on these floors is an indicator that there's an ant digging, because it's taking its turn. Did it give me iron arrows? Or no, it gave me wood arrows. Another crisis scroll. Crisis scrolls are very good. I would love a pot though. Shooting the wall. Why I shot the wall? That's a good question. Great question. So there's two Todos. When there is nothing in the room and the Todos haven't stolen anything, they're going to try to steal from you. So they're going to try to get to you and steal something from you. However, if you haven't hit them yet, and there is something else in the room, their priority is going to be go to that other thing. So, I didn't want it to steal from me, because then I'd have to chase it. So I shot the wall in a way that the one to my right would try to go to that item instead, but still within my path so that I can hit it on the way. So that I'd basically buy myself a little bit of time, so I kill the one below me. The one that's to my right that I'm not focusing will try to go for the item in the room, and then before I can get to it, I can hit and kill it. Because I want them to drop their items, because when they haven't stolen anything, they basically can drop whatever. But the moment they steal something, the item that they were going to drop is basically overwritten by whatever they stole. Not that it matters, because I'm just so full of... Oh, really? Another iron shield. Oh, there's an owl in here. There you are. Confused scroll. That's something that's kind of easy to pass up. It's not bad. I just don't have space for it. Slumber scroll. A little more awkward to use and potentially dangerous, but it does have its uses. Again, I just don't have the space for it. Alright. So, remember when I didn't save the girl? Here are her parents. She showed up on floor 8. We had to go through floor 8, floor 9, floor 10, floor 11, floor 12, floor 13, floor 14. And the later bits of the mine have the tanks who have splash damage that deal 20 damage a hit. I think she can take 2 shots, maybe 3. Yeah. It's okay. She's still out there. We just abandoned her. I'm sorry. Does that make me a bad person? Maybe it does. Alright, so there's an inn here. Stay at the inn. Costs 1,000. Yeah, there's nothing else to do here. There's not a shop. Alright, so... These 2 floors are scary. I'm going to use a light scroll. I want to find the exit. Normally I would de-equip my stuff, but my stuff is chrome plated, so it can't be rusted. But to deal with those guys, if you don't have, as long as there's nothing else in the room, you can just de-equip your stuff. Hopefully it's not cursed. And they will do nothing. They don't do any damage, they only rust. Oh, I haven't seen you on this floor before. Alright. It's not worth it to stick around. Just make a beeline to the exit. I only had 1 light scroll. Alright. That really sucks. They can fire those from 5 tiles away. I'm not even in the same room as it, and it hit me with it. I hate Daikon enemies in this game. And I have no idea what's above me. We're going to do... do I have a... I don't. Let's just do that. I probably should have put on the healing bracer first, but I was worried because I got confused. Alright, let's put on the healing bracer so I can fight this guy. Alright, I woke that up, unfortunately. Hopefully I only woke up one of it. Nope, I woke up both. These things hurt a lot. And the absorber... Okay, cool, we found the exit. What shield is this? Bronze shield. Let's pass it. Okay, that wasn't too bad. We're doing okay. I do have the combination to level up a bit, so that's what we're gonna do. Are you kidding me? What kind of start is this? Well, that's fine. This is where I say, don't miss, and it won't crit me. Or I'll do something that's guaranteed to hit. Let's actually do Vision Herb. So I can see any traps that I'm about to walk in on. There's the exit. hell yeah. Life herb. So that's actually really, really nice to have right now. My HP is kind of low. Oh, it's one of these rooms? Oh no, I used the vision herb. Never mind. I mean, not much I can do about that. And I don't have anything else to use anyway, so it doesn't really matter. Actually, let's do this. Blank scroll, scribe, big. Someone be my editor here. Room. No space. So, air/scroll hits everything in the room. Everything in the room. And we've made it a big room. Alright. So now we're gonna be here for a bit. Not an exciting floor, really. Whatever. It's gonna turn treasure. How our damage is really low. I guess we're kind of low level and we don't have a great weapon. Oops. Oh well. Alright, so I have two... I'm at full... That's fine. See, is there a way I can kind of guarantee my damage? If I shoot an arrow and then hit it, I should be able to... So what the master chickens do is they turn into chickens when you deal a bit of damage to them. Not that I can wear that. So I've done 30 damage. Hopefully I do 20 damage here. Cool. They have 50 HP after you deal 35 damage to them. They will transform into a normal chicken, which are easier to kill, but they give less XP, and they run around the map like this. Alright, so the thing in the upper left there is a piton. And I can tell it's a piton because it's not advancing at me. Okay, I can kill them in 2 shots, which is not bad. So it's the minotaurs that are scary here. They have a chance to crit. I think a 1 in 4 chance to crit. And crits just deal double damage. So that 29 damage would have been 58, which is about half my HP. See? 58. If I miss and it crits, I am dead. And of course, it crit again. So even though I've got a bit of HP, I do have to be careful around them. Because if I miss a crit, like, I'm already in danger. That's unfortunate. That's fine now. Let's use a huge rice ball. Let's do a little bit of this. So again, get its attention by shooting an arrow at the wall. It's gonna try to go for that. And I get more stuff. Unless it's only 34 damage that they turn into a chicken. What is this anyway? Club? Useless. Throw it at the wall. Identify scroll. Not that useful. So ideally you would have a, like some things that can really help out with this floor, apart from being able to do it in the first place and getting the big room scroll. So you can actually tell that it was, so if, maybe I'll point it out the next time I see it a little sooner. You notice that it's going along the wall here. So based on the path that the enemies take, you can sometimes tell what type of enemy it is. When enemies are pathing towards an item and not you, you know it's a Toto. If it was pathing towards me, it would have taken a step up to be on my row sooner. But it's not doing that, so it's a Toto. So like, not that it really matters to know it ahead of time, but like, yeah, there's always a chance when when you hit them, they'll immediately steal, but it's like a 50-50. Which I don't particularly mind. Like when they split, like I still get an item, I still get more XP. And you kill it here. So what did he steal? Probably a dragon herb. Look at that, I was right. Let's toss this. I don't need the Nagamaki. So I have 3 pitons on the map. I probably should go activate them. They're not moving because... That's probably loud. You could probably... I imagine you could probably hear the truck that just drove by. It was pretty loud. Yeah. I have the window open because it's pretty nice out. Usually I don't get many cars driving by, but you know, sometimes I do. Maybe I should close the window a little bit, but it's fine for now, right? Yeah, someone's gonna get isekai'd. I think it looked like it was a What's the word I'm looking for? So again, you can see it's not pathing towards me, it's pathing towards the item. So I can meet it. Do that. Alright, whatever. I get more things to kill. So if I wanted to, I could shoot arrows. I don't want to use up all my arrows is the thing. The Minotaurs always drop a Minotaur axe. Oh, that was rude. Alright, so you see this thing had like a weird path. It like doesn't move in a straight line. It like zigzags. It's an ether devil. There's not many enemies that do that. And they're the only enemy on this floor that does that, so it's always easy to tell. Alright, not getting lucky with the them not hitting me. Air slash. Alright, I'm going to activate these pitons. Do I have enough space for them? I don't. Gonna toss this katana. I can toss this, right? Yeah. Actually, might as well just eat this. And I have 2 spots. So I'm gonna go activate all these guys, get them to start moving. And they always move on the walls, right? Because they're... God, so many pitons. I'll have so much food. It's a shame I don't have any holding pots. The way that they move... Dang. Is they'll just go to a wall and then try to find an exit. Spoilers, there's no exit, so they're just going to keep going on the wall. It's the same thing the chickens do, right? They try to run away. So you want to make sure that you're one away from the wall, because if they see that you're on the wall, then they're gonna turn around. These pitons always drop these big rice balls. So as long as you get a couple of them showing up, I got what, 6 of them? That's a lot. You'll be set on food for the rest of the run. Oops. Oops. Do I still have my blowback staff? There you go. Oh, finally we get a healer rabbit. Also, hi, Villagen. So much rice. What was in here? Another... yeah. I'm just gonna use that as storage. Hi, yes, Kira? Can I help you? Another dragon herb. Give me pot! I want a holding pot. How long do you know when it's time to leave big room? If enemies are giving you more food? Well, that's another good question, Baxter. There is a time limit for how long you can be on a floor. You cannot stay on a floor forever. So there's 2 warnings you get. When you will get whisked away, and by that you get a pit trap that spawns onto you, which would bring me down a floor actually. So you generally that's when you leave. I'm gonna stay here for the full duration, unless I'm like running out of food. Then it's kind of a hard call to make, right? Because it's like if you stay, maybe you'll get a piton that shows up, and then you'll be set. But if you stay, potentially you could just starve, right? Because they don't give you food. Give me pot is what this is what a cop says. Yeah. Me trying to convince the monsters to give me pot, and they're like, I don't know you. And then I kill them. Ideally, you do want to have the big room here, right? Because you can see what I'm doing here is I'm just sitting in a single spot, waiting for enemies to come to me. And enemies will only come to you like this if it's big room. I can see them, they can see me, they're gonna come towards me. You can still do this if you don't have big room. You're just gonna get, you're gonna kill less things. So it's less ideal. Yeah, I really need a Toto to stop by and give me a holding pot. So pots in this game you can shove items into, of course, right? Only the holding pot can you take items in and out. So a pretty good grind session, I'd end up in like high 20s. Like maybe 28, maybe 29 on a really good one. A little unlikely to get 30, but like I think I've gotten 30 before. But basically, we're gonna be set for pretty much the rest of the run after this. The only thing that I kind of need at this point is just stuff. And I don't have a lot of stuff because I don't have any holding pots. I'm carrying everything that I have with me. The heater rabbits suck because they just don't give experience. They don't really hurt you. More pitons showing up, which is nice. I do not have to worry about my food situation. Nice, I can one-shot those. Identify scroll. Katana, club, Nagamaki, attacks. It's like I'm kind of at an awkward power level where it's unless I get 2 max damage rolls on these master chickens, I'm not going to kill them before they turn into a chicken. I need to do 25 damage twice. So I think if I get one on my next level up, I have a lot better chance to kill them. And the only reason it matters to kill them before they turn into a chicken is they give more XP. They're 400 when they're in Master Chicken. Oh yeah, cool. I guess my max damage is 27? These Neurojos are not so scary because I already have my stuff cursed, but they can curse all your equipment. All the equipment that you're wearing, I should say. A lot of pitons. Almost too many pitons. Which isn't bad. But also, for every piton that is a Minotaur or a Master Chicken I'm not killing. See how they turn around like that when I step against the wall? So you don't want to cut them off. You want them to just run by you, and you kill them as they're running by you. Yeah, I'm really worried that I'm just not gonna have enough stuff for the last few floors. So genuinely, if you get to this point, like, your chance at clearing, at least my chance of clearing is pretty high. I'm a little worried that if I just don't get a holding pot, I'm gonna be in really big trouble. What's the point of these vision herbs if I can't carry them? Right, I'm gonna use this time to activate the pitons. You know, get them to run around. See how they, I touched the wall and now they're moving in the opposite direction. Not that it particularly matters, but just something to point out. What's interesting, that maybe I'll actually do here, which is pretty rare to utilize this. If you eat food, or specifically rice balls, at when you're at max satiation, you will get some max satiation. So if you eat a big rice ball, when you're at max, you get 2%. If you eat a small rice ball, you'll get 1% added to your max. So now I have to start paying attention to my loot on the ground. Because I can't really defend. If Toto spawns to my right, it could like beat me to getting to the items and stealing them before I can get there. So I do have to pay attention to where things spawn and what path they take, so that I can intercept them, because I don't want them running off with stuff. I really want to kill them before they steal anything, because then I'll have actually have a chance of getting a holding pot. Excuse you, Zoe. Are you drunk? I just missed twice. Not because I missed, because I wasn't aiming in the right direction. I think I'm gonna do this. If I swung and miss, I had 56 HP. I think their max damage rolls is 58. I crit max damage roll, I think, is 58 is the highest I've seen. Which of course they've said that and it's like, oh, there's no way they're gonna get a crit and do max damage, and of course when you say that is when they do it. I forget exactly how long. I believe though that standing still makes it go longer. You can take more actions while standing still before it kicks you out, versus if I was moving around. The game will tell me when it's going to kick me out. There'll be 2 warnings it gives. The first one, I think, let you have 180 or 160 steps left, and I think the next one is you have 80 steps left before it will kick you out. And at this point, I'm pretty okay on levels. This has been a pretty okay session. I'm gonna stay for the full length, mostly just because it's like I really need a holding pot. The only things I can... I guess the Neurodras might have a small chance to drop it, but it's gonna come from the Totos. It's 29. Yeah, it must be coming up. And we're like approaching 30,000, or we're well past. Oh yeah, because it's like, I forget if it's 38 or 40,000 for level 30. And I think after 30, like, is when the XP really starts ramping up quickly. Oh, you can see, again, it's taking a specific path. Pickaxe. I mean, potentially useful, right? You can use the pickaxes to dig walls and potentially steal from shops that spawn in dungeons. However, I don't have the luxury of space at the moment. So it's unlikely that I'm going to take that with me. I'd rather just take food. If I find a holding pot in a shop, I'm going to be able to identify it immediately because they have a very specific price. And that price is 1,600. It's also really easy to verify if something's a holding pot because you just put something inside of it and then you can take stuff out of it. You know what I don't appreciate? And I don't admire? The great chickens, which are the level 3 chickens. They move at double speed, and they hit you twice. And they hit harder. Actually, do they hit twice or just move at double speed? I forget. Either way, they're really dangerous. You don't find them normally in Table Mountain, though. You can find them in the later floors of Face. Or if you are unlucky enough that you somehow leveled a Master Chicken up to a Great Chicken. They still have the property, though, that when they get to low HP, they turn to a normal chicken. Which... I forget what their XP is. Oh, I was not paying attention. That's what I meant by, like, kind of have to pay attention when your loot pile gets to be this big. Because if I can't easily intercept the Totos, they can steal stuff. Okay, so I didn't get one. Might as well just eat this. It's unfortunately funny that it picked up the arrow that I shot at it and missed. Oh, that last hit was dangerous. I missed a couple times. Again, if I missed and it crit, I was dead. So... I did not expect to miss a couple times in a row, I just assumed it would die. These Neurojos also don't give a ton of XP, only 100. So ideally, I think probably why part of the reason why we've had a good run is there's barely been any healer rabbits which give like nothing. Only like 2 ether devils which give nothing. A small handful of the Neurojo's big sister. Which give 100. It's mostly been the Minotaurs and the chickens, which is good, because those give 300 and 400 respectively, 200 if the Master Chicken turns into a chicken. Yeah, I get the feeling we're really close on time expiring. So, I want to take care of these pitons before I get that notification. So I have more time to prep. That's unfortunate. Of course, I talk about how there hasn't been that many Norja's big sisters, and I gotten a couple back to back. Look how much big rice I have. That's a lot. Is there anything in here I actually need? The Crisis Scroll and Dragon Herb would be really nice. Pain Divining Stuff. I might just put... I have so much food. I think I need to... Yeah. Let's prioritize these Vision Herbs. Identify. Dragon Herb. Dragon Herbs are good. Let's put that in. Let's put you in the Toto plot. I'm definitely set on food for the rest of the game, unless I step on a rotting trap. I'm really curious how the rest of this run's gonna go. Like, is genuinely you need, like, a couple of scrolls, plenty of Vision Herbs. Oh, thanks, Coach Janelle. But at this point... Oh, wow, my throat's really parched. It's like I've been talking for a while. I know this must not be super exciting. It's like grinding in an RPG, and who wants to watch that? I swear we're coming up towards the end soon. There we go. This. So there's 2 gusts of wind. This is your first notification. So it'll be a sudden gust of wind. And then the second one will be a sudden gust of wind, and it's like, this one was a little bit stronger than the last one, or something like that. And then, so I think it's 160 first gust of wind, then 160 steps before you get kicked out, then 80 steps before you get kicked out, and then you get kicked out. So at this point is usually when I like to start preparing for picking up all the stuff I want to. A bunch of identify scrolls. All these weapons are kind of useless. I basically just gotten, other than rice, I basically got nothing useful here. Which, like, I'm set on food, which, like, is nice. It really is nice. I'm not gonna be able to use this Toto pot to steal from the next shop unless I get a... This is a bit hard. Okay, I'm just gonna leave it as is. We'll do this. So now that I'm kind of ready to go, I'm just going to stick around for the second sudden gust of wind. And then I'll eat the rice that's sitting on the floor. I guess steps wasn't quite right, because it would... hate having to use a backpot. I missed a lot, it crit a lot. And that's how this goes. So keep in mind, like, I'm at level 31. I've been having a super easy time with these Minotaurs. At any point, the game can be like, are you paying attention? You're gonna miss 3 times in a row, and it's gonna crit twice. And then I am in kill range. And the moment you ever say, oh, I just need to make sure I don't miss, is when the game kills you. Yep. See, sudden gust of wind. It's stronger than it was last time. Alright, so I'm gonna pick this up, eat it, and I'm just gonna go. I have plenty of time, like I didn't need to leave immediately. But again, there's really no point to stick around more than I need to. So I still have to be careful. These rooms still are dangerous. Fighting things back to back is gonna expend my resources. Alright, we're back down to floor 17, so once you get to Table Mountain, so once you get past the marsh, you get past floor 15 and 16. Until then, you've been climbing downwards. Once you get to Table Mountain, you're climbing upwards, so pit traps make you go back a floor. Previously, they would advance a floor, but halfway in, it reverses. And so I'm back down to floor 17, where I just was at for the past, I don't know, half an hour. Are you kidding me? So healer rabbits, if they are awake, they will teleport from anywhere in the floor to heal an enemy. They do not have to be in the same room. They don't have to be anywhere close. They will teleport all the way across the floor to heal someone. And you have to kill them first, unless you can like one-shot things. Alright, thankfully they just missed a bunch. Level 32. My level is... I am fine on levels. Hi Kojinu, congrats. I should pick up that game, yeah? So see? I'm still within scary... Ooh, I did not mean to do that. Like, things can still kill me here if I'm not paying attention. Alright, please. That's not it. I was asking for a pot. I want to take this. Dragon herbs are really good. Clubs are not. It moves so much faster than ZR or Toho. Interesting. Alright, we're just gonna go on. Alright. Blank scroll. That's really helpful. I can cheese the final boss. So I used my first blank scroll as genocide. I used my second blank scroll for big room, just because I didn't get a big room, and you know it's really useful to have one. I'm gonna put you in here. And the third one, just gonna eat this off the ground. I don't care if it's not gonna be fully effective. I really am scared traveling through here because I could just get another pitfall trap. Yeah, we woke everything up twice. So yeah, all the alarm trap does is when you spawn into the floor, some enemies will be asleep. And it just wakes them up. Any enemy that spawns in afterward, after you've already been on the floor, will already be, like, will spawn in already awake. More vision herbs would be great. I just don't have the space for it. I feel like I can't get rid of anything. Air slash scrolls are going to be useful. Dragon herbs are going to be useful. I do have another vision herb in here. I really want to save that Toto pot for one more thing. Yeah, let's just go. Let's just go. I'm like having to make hard decisions. I really just want a holding pot, and I'll just make all my decisions so much easier. Club, useless. Alright, that's dangerous. We're fine. Staff? Could be good. But I have to get rid of something. Dun, dun, dun. And I can't take things out of the ID pot without, or the Toto pot without breaking it. Because then I would just like have a single wood arrow in this ID pot. I don't know why I put a single arrow in. That was just an objectively bad thing. If it was a transform pot, it would have been fine. But there was a 50% chance it wasn't a transform pot, and I was just taking up an extra slot. I think I just wanted to figure out immediately if it was a transform pot or not. I was just secretly hoping that it was, so there could be a chance that it'd be a holding pot. Pain dividing staff. Actually could come in handy. Let's do this. Let's explore a bit, eat a food, and then move on. Then pick that up and then move on. Wait, there's something else in this room. Oh, it's just money. Oh, look. More useless items. So I could tell that there's something behind it. Because otherwise I wouldn't have had a reason to turn around. We're just gonna do some loops. I should be careful of that. Oh nice, I can one-shot them now. The stuff I've been getting this seed is kind of trash. I mean, I guess at least I have an iron shield and katana. It's like passable. It's just something I'm gonna complain about. That sucks. Oh no. That's bad. Do I just have to use a backpot? Because I accidentally walked down? Yes, I do. Yeah, see, that would have killed me. Unless I hit it, didn't miss, and I would have had to high roll. Yeah, healer rabbits suck. Having them pop up in the hallway is extra rude too, because I can't easily kill them. I have to walk back a lot, pull them out of the hallway. Alright. We're going to eat rice. Pick this up. Hopefully it's a useful... Yeah, that was useless. That's just an identify. Actually, this is an identify skill. I can figure out what this is. Swap staff. It's useful. It's useful. I will take it. Okay, these flame priests too are scary. But we have a lot of levels. So as long as I'm paying attention... I should be fine. Oh, my favorite trap. Please no pitfall trap. That would be... unfortunate. See how hard this would be if I hadn't gotten like 15... I think I got 15 levels in that grind session. Oh, another expansion seed. Wow, we're very... Alright. Our stomach is large. Unfortunate. I would like other scrolls, please. So... That's the worst thing that could happen. Alright, my run went from I have a really good chance to this is gonna be hard now. I think I have some... No, I don't. Yeah, it sucks. And this is why you want holding pots. Anything that's inside of a pot, and if you have rice inside of a pot, it won't get rotten. That's happened. I have 4 rotten rice balls. What's with all the traps? What the hell? Oh. Yeah. Now we have to deal with these guys. Alright, so he used up a back pot charge. He used up an air slash scroll. He ate one of the rice balls. Running into those guys in a hallway suck. Alright, you can't shoot arrows at them. I was just demonstrating for you. So the guys that the guy that I ran to in the hallway there is a gaze. Their special ability is hypnosis. Don't tell me that's another expansion seed. What the hell? That's so much expand. I don't think I've ever gotten this many expansion seeds in a Table Mountain run. Actually, wait, there is that one time where I did the longest grind session ever. Yo, Deo. Hi, Abel. Please, please, if this pot is worth 1600, I'm going to scream in happiness. I'm not happy. This is a B tier pot. 3 slot. This is a warehouse. Oh, this is useless. This is not even a B tier. This is just bad. Dragon Killer. Special Rice Ball is nice. Earth Scroll? Yeah, let's just read it. Nothing in here is super special. I will try to take the... Did I even figure out what this... Alright. Can I do anything with these? The Dragon Killer would be really nice. Unfortunately, my katana is cursed. And I'm really struggling on space. Let's take this. Okay. We're gonna stay at the inn. That was unfortunately not a good shop. Let's see. Is there anything I can do? I mean, I guess I can do this. Or let's thief stuff. Put I think you can still do it like this, right? This should still work. Yep, it still works. Alright, so I still got my dragon killer without having to pay for it. I don't know if I'll actually use it because, again, I got a cursed weapon. Please, please. Oh, well, first let's deal with you. I need to figure out what this is. Okay, it's a put in. Let's put in the staff. Well, it's not gonna be... Actually, it can't be an ID pot because I already have one. I forget all the pots that show up in Table Mountain specifically. Not every pot shows up in Table Mountain. There's a lot of pots that don't. Actually, let me double check the list of pots that do show up in Table Mountain. We already had hiding pot. We already had storage jar. We already have ID. It could be a transform pot. I don't think it can be fusion until we've done that side quest. Where is the... Okay, so it's a 50% chance of holding pot, 50% chance of transform pot. Because of that, I'm just going to do this. Either I'm going to be able to take the item out, or it transforms, so this is a holding pot. Yeah, the amount of items that you have to deal with in Table Mountain is a lot less than Phase Final Problem. So much easier to deal with. There's like half a dozen other pots that just don't show up in Table Mountain. Okay, so what do I put in there? Doesn't matter if the rotten rice scrolls are in there. Might as well put the special rice ball in there. Dragon herb. Air slash. Crisis. Alright. 2 cherry staffs. Alright, and I know this is a type B staff. Because of its price. I really want to make sure to kill the Totos. it's another holding pot. Finally, the game's being nice to me. The game is being nice to me. Okay. I am still a little worried about my food. I'm in an awkward situation due to that. But I have the items to get through the end of the game. I just need to worry about food. Only 2 vision herbs is a little spooky. I had to pass up on a lot just because I didn't have storage. These things summon allies. Summons a knife gator, that's funny. Knife gators are the level 1 gator enemies. I'm just gonna move on. I don't wanna... I have to think about being smart with my food unless I find food. Okay. Another blank scroll is good. Something that I can do, I have 2 crisis scrolls. I can use crisis scroll when I am hungry to fill me up. That sucks, using an air slash scroll. It's fine. Pickaxe sucks. I wonder if I should fire... Oh, that sucks. So the thing that was hitting me was that Ether Devil. Normally, Ether Devils are invisible. The Vision Herb lets you see them. And it's actually really important I back up against a wall here. These enemies, the Chrome Armors, just the armor class enemies, their special skill is to knock your shield off of you. And it will fly back and hit the wall behind you, as far back as the wall is. However, it basically counts as a throw. Your shield is thrown in the opposite direction. And if there's something behind you, it will hit them. Yeah, throw like that. That's exactly right, Fung. I'm glad you're paying attention. If there's something behind you, it will hit the enemy. And when you throw a shield at an enemy, it just does damage based on the shield strength. However, we just had the thing about the Ether Devil. They start as invisible, so you could be like, oh, there's nothing else in this room, so it's fine. And then you have an Ether Devil hiding behind you that you don't know about. They hit your shield off of you, and then your shield disappears because it hit the Ether Devil. So again, I'm going to back up. Yeah, see that oh, there's 2 of them? It's unfortunate, it's just going to teleport away from me. Those pitons don't drop food. So if you're thinking, no, it ran away, those pitons don't drop food. They drop a bunch of other stuff. A bunch of good stuff, but just not food. Stretch hydrate. Thank you, Coach. You know. Ruby Bracer. Life herb, I'll take it. Pain dividing staff. It's fine. Saves a little bit of damage. Slumber scroll. Alright. Slumber scrolls are hard to... Okay, I should be careful. Slumber scrolls are hard to utilize well. So I will get rid of it and just pick up the Otogiri Soul. Alright, 25. Actually, these things are scary. They can make me hungry. They can decrease my satiation. The question is, do I just move on? I think I shall. Mugen Ravine. Okay. Normally this is like one of the scariest floors. The next two floors. So on these floors spawn deaths and normally spawns skeleton archmages. A bit ago was a while ago at this point, I mentioned skeleton archmages are the scariest enemies in the game. So like the skeleton mages and skeleton wizards, they can cast spells at you. They love casting spells. The spells that they cast include sleep, which is probably the most dangerous spell in the game. They can reduce your level. They can, I think they can confuse you. They can turn you into, I think they can turn you into, like, rice, which is like the decoy staff effect. However, we don't have to deal with them because we use the genocide. Alright. This is scary. Alright, goodbye. Are you kidding me? You fucking, this game's gonna murder me. Oh my god. Alright, I mean, I only have... Well, do I have access to my... I don't want to have to air slash. Yeah, how about we do this? That's unfortunate. I have to heal here. And there goes all my healing. Oh my god. Yeah, so the other really scary enemy in this on this floor is deaths. They move at double speed. They can fly, so they can, you know, fly over the pits, and they get to hit twice. And they hit hard. It's wild. It's wild to me. They are undead, so throwing the Otogiri-so at them at the start, you know, throwing a healing item at stuff that's undead deals damage to them. You've played Final Fantasy before. It's wild though that they can get healed by the rabbits, and it actually just heals them. I think that's bull. I think the rabbit should deal damage to them. Alright. So that's really unfortunate. Okay, it's not a healing bracer, which would be probably the worst thing that could happen to me. There's a pot over there. There's a pot over there. There's a pot over there. What could it be? It could be anything. It could be most likely a transform pot. Yeah, it's a transform pot. Transform pots could have other things inside of them. Nope, the gourd-like pot is the healing. I can't label it. It's the hiding pot. We got that at the start of the game. Oh my god, stop dodging. Okay. I really do... No, never mind, I'm still cursed. Yep, guess what you can still find on this floor? You can find death. And you can find them in a hallway. This is useless. It might be time to use the crisis scroll. I have a couple of them. Alright, these things make you drop your shit. Decoy staff. That's actually really big. Having 2 decoy staffs could just save me. Actually, let's just kill it. Much better to kill it. They don't deal much damage, but they have long range. I am just booking it to the... I have to sit here and heal. Okay. Oh, I could be actually, this is really bad. Do I have a straight line shot of it? I don't. The dragon that's over there has a ranged attack. I just want to get out of there. No. You leveled up. What? Whoa. Okay. How does that stuff work? Well, that's unfortunate. Alright, that's gonna take forever to kill. That dragon is very dangerous. And it's taking forever to die. Just kind of nice. Please be the exit. I'm... And that's why it's dangerous. Okay. I found the exit though. They can hit from... They can hit me. They don't need to see me. Please, let me live. Fuck, I am so dead. I am so dead. Wait. The dragon is not awake yet. The dragon is not awake yet. I have a crisis scroll. I probably should just use that. We're gonna do that. Heal me to full. Fuck, why did I did not mean to do that. Fuck, Zoe, you're dumb. Why are you dumb? I accidentally hit it. Is there a good chance that I can just kill this? Toss. Okay. Can I have those arrows? Okay, it saw me. Another... Actually, that's really bad. Okay, you're gonna do this. I have to like handle this because if I leave a sky dragon alone, it's just going to peg me from across the floor. 1 in 8 chance of them just hitting me. Please don't run into anything. This is a dead end. Uh-oh. Alright, at least it's not going after me. I'm dead. I'm dead. I could use the blank scroll to be invincible. Oh no, it's invincible herb, not scroll. I probably should have crisis scrolled them and not decoyed staff them. Or maybe just tried to kill them with dragon herbs. Where could the floor be? Yeah, the floor is probably below me. I probably should... The floor is probably if I went west, from the start, I would have done it. This is why light scrolls are so good. I probably should have used the light blank scroll to cast light. I'm trying to think if there's anything I can do. Dividing. Medical herb. Drink. Drink. Yeah. Fuck. It's, I think, too close to me. Fuck, I'm dead. I was hoping that I could just get lucky. Oh, it died on floor 29. All because we didn't have holding pots. We were really strapped for space early on, and I think I had to get rid of a light scroll at some point. No, I think it might have gotten eaten by a gaze. Yeah, I think I would have been strong enough if I got past floor 29, because floor 30 is just you beat the boss. I had enough. I had at least one air slash scroll, had a couple of dragon herbs, had a decoy staff. I think I would have been okay. I would have been a little tight just because I had no healing. But I think I would have been able to do it. So yeah, even in Table Mountain, the game can be rude to you. So let's check out the scores here. Only cleared 3 times on this file. I thought it was a couple more. Oh, right, I have a file on my Mister, a separate file on my Mister, which has a couple clears on it as well. I can't transfer saves between them. Alright. Well, win or lose, that would have been a good time to stop. I guess we'll wrap it up. I guess it's kind of late. Yeah, this game is super fun though. It's very, like, I like the fact that it's, like, turn-based. Like, I just get to sit there and think, like, what do I want to do? So even though it's doesn't play like a turn-based RPG, it doesn't seem like a turn-based RPG. Like, every turn is, you get to think about what you want to do. You take your turn, enemies respond. Alright. Let's wrap up. Hi. Alright, now I have to, like, find someone to raid. Struggle for, like, 10 minutes trying to find someone to raid. Alright, who is playing video games? Bum, bum, bum. Oh, right, they don't sort it like that, do they? Okay, yeah. The default sort method is weird. Regardless, thanks everyone for hanging out. It was fun to just talk at the start for like 2 hours as I dropped my controller. I don't know, maybe every now and then I can be a real VTuber and just do chatting. That's what VTubers do, right? Just talk. So I haven't put out my schedule yet. I think Kiara made a joke. It's like, oh yeah, just start stream and then put your, like, do your schedule on stream. But I don't know what the rest of the schedule is for the week. Wednesday, I will be playing Sonic Adventure 2. Friday, I will be playing Saga 1 or the Final Fantasy Legend. And then Sunday, Toho. And maybe something else, if I get shmupped out. That's gonna be my schedule for the rest of the week. Alright. Let's see, who is streaming? Oh, you know what? Gamma Chris is playing Pokemon TCG. Boy, do I love me some Pokemon TCG. I never did learn the speedrun. I do wanna learn the speedrun for Pokemon TCG. It seems silly and fun. So let's raid into Chris. Alright. If you want to follow, if you're not already following me at any of these places, there you go. If you're not following me on Twitch, why not? If you don't want to use Twitter, that's fine. I'm not gonna scold you for not following me on Twitter. That's completely reasonable. But you're already here on Twitch. You should just follow me. And Blue Sky and Discord. Yeah, I guess you can do that too. I'll have my schedule out on Twitter and Discord, I think, later tonight. Yeah. I think that's all I got. I'm looking forward to Sonic Adventure 2. I think it'll be fun. Thanks everyone for watching. Have a good night. Bye bye.
All the energy in here. Oh shit!